Ah, yes, a brand new loop, at least for now, because you know we're going to change it up in the next couple of weeks, because all this is about is promoting the next eTicket event. But man, are we happy to be here on this happy Halloween night. Ladies and gentlemen, mic check on 1 as we get ready to drop the hammer tonight. Tuesday night edition of NR Night in America. I have an announcement to make about in-person broadcasting. Everybody loves to know what's going on. What's that next step? Well, I can't really talk about what's with 2024, 2025. I really don't even know that far in advance, but I do know about next week, and it's going to be an absolute blast. Ladies and gentlemen, happy Halloween. So glad to have you all with us. This schedule is something to talk about, and I can't wait to go ahead and discuss it just one more time. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to NR Night in America. Let's get it started. My name's Jonathan Ramos, the voice of NR. We're getting ready to rock and roll here tonight. Going to be an absolute blast of streaming as we get ready to race out in the desert for race 1. Let's go out of the States for race number 2. Race number 3, come on now, this is going to be a lot of fun. Well, we head to Talladega at night. Race number 4, a figure 8. We're going to discuss it all. We have 4 minutes before qualifying, so we're going to get into all the details. Let's start off with the fact of race number 1. Phoenix is championship week. The Final 4 has been set, and this is the only race that I will, or should I say, the only stream I will be calling this week, because a lot's on the table, a lot's going on, and a lot of things are going to happen Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So let's get right to it. Phoenix Day tonight. That's what you all voted for. That is what we are racing. Race 2, Super Speedway Shootout Race 2 as well for the tournament from MONZA, the NASCAR Xfinity Series. We're turning left there, not right. So there will be that hump down into turn 1, a little bit of worry. But we are making it a 30-lap race just in case things get way out of hand. Race number 3, Talladega night. Things are going to get wild. We're actually going to do a vote here soon on if we should have fog for Talladega night. And race number 4, the figure 8 at the Irwindale Speedway. Why is the schedule this way? You might go ahead and ask. It makes no sense, right? What NR Night's all about, you know, schedules that line up with NASCAR. Fast, hard-paced racing, wheel-to-wheel action, and you never know what you're going to get. But last Friday when we streamed, so many of you said, hey, next stream is Halloween. And I realized, I was like, next stream is Halloween. Let's get the scariest kart track combos. Well, Phoenix Next Gen, that's a given. That's because we have a race this week that is a championship at the Phoenix Raceway, and it's going to be a lot of fun to see. 4 drivers going for a title. Race number 2, that's when things get wild. MONZA. We have seen a lot of crazy things at MONZA in the past. We've seen great racing. We've seen a first-time, well, I would say first-time winner, but a rare winner, Michael Gregory, also an eTicket winner. And we realized MONZA has an opportunity to do really great things. So many of you have already bought it because we did a road course race with the Next Gens there. We also have already done the oval. So like, all right, MONZA race 2 of the tournament. And then all of a sudden, lines in right with Halloween. Now race 3 is where things get wild. We have done about 2 or 3 Talladega night races, and they're always a blast. So many of you love it. How does it work? We make it towards that right end of sunset, right before that sun crosses underneath the horizon, and you can't see it at all. We turn the lighting up in the stream, and when we do that, it changes everything, right? It makes it look so cool, so unique. When the cars hit the wall, you can see the sparks flying. We're like, hey, it's Halloween. What's scarier than Talladega? What's scarier than Talladega at night? If you know the lore of Talladega, you understand a Talladega night race is something that really lines in well, as we have now just 1 minute till we go trackside. And how about race 4 at the amazing, beautiful figure 8. So many of you were actually against this, but so many of you were for this. At first, I was against this. I said, this is not NR. Figure 8 racing is not NR. It's not what we consider NR Night in America racing. And then someone came to me and they said, hold on. You're saying that because of the bad rap figure 8 racing gets. Let me show you how my short track does figure 8 racing. And oh boy, do they take it serious. Oh man, and I love it. I absolutely love it. I was like, okay, this could work if the drivers take it serious. There's no waiting in the middle trying to hit someone. There's no purposely wrecking guys. So what can we do to make figure eight racing great in NR Night? How do we make it great? How do we make it work? Well, we said no fast repairs, number one. To a limited field. We're probably going to allow about 20, maybe 22 drivers to take the green flag. We do the street stocks where you can push, you can run, you can shut, and you won't get spread out as much. If we get a long green flag run, that's when you worry about drivers getting into each other. And at the same time, we said if you're a driver and you're already locked in the USA 500 and you know you want to race that Talladega eTicket event later this year, you do not act like a fool. Because if you act like a fool and you start wrecking people on purpose, trying to be funny, you're out of the event. And we let the drivers know we want to make this work. Figure eight racing is scary. And that's the big thing. It's this is Halloween, but we want to make sure the drivers keep that focus and they keep that etiquette that they usually have in other NR Night in America races. And so many agree. They said, let's test it out. We tested it. It's going to work. It's going to work as long as the drivers take it serious. And that's the risk we're taking tonight for race number 4. It's going to be a blast, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, qualifying just got started. So let's head trackside as we get ready to go green. A lot of drivers joining into this one. Max Steinmeier lined up 2 by 2. That's when they take the green flag here tonight. But let's go qualifying for the Phoenix Raceway day and night race. As we get ready to roll, left side of your screen, you'll see where the top 20 qualify. TJ Alien heading onto the track. Matheson, Tucker, Sean Rowe. How about William Schmidt, top side in the chainsaw. Number 79 Machine, he rolls his way down off turn number 2, ready to rock and roll. Wick Split, haven't seen you in a while. So glad to have you with us. Back in the GTA days, he had the greatest tracks on the PS4 side. I will not forget that. Let's say hello to some viewers on the chat below. Chad Jones, how's it going? Spoiler, how's it hanging? Wes Edits and so many others. Sleep Stop said, lined up and loaded. And if you are a member, ladies and gentlemen, how about all these icons that are now added in? We replaced the green flag with now a green flag with an eagle in front of it. Why? Because the USA 500 is upon us, and we are so excited to get that event rolling. It's going to be great racing. Moss Stellar has now gone fastest than anyone else. He's driving the number 9 for that event. He's going to have a blast. We're going to have a blast calling it. Jared and I will be up in the booth. I'm telling you this, November 10th at 8 Eastern, 7 Central. You will not want to miss that event because it's must-watch NR Night in America e-ticket action. They're going 210 into turn 1. They're wheel to wheel. They're ripping top. They're on the bottom. They can barely hold it coming off corner exit. And you got to worry a little bit about, okay, if that becomes an issue, how does the rest of this race play out? Some of you are talking about the way things could roll. You can see a fuel mileage race, a tire lottery race. I'm telling you, November 10th, 8 Eastern, 7 Central here on the IDK Player YouTube channel. That is next week. Not this Friday, coming up next Friday. We are rocking and rolling for the USA 500, and it's going to be an absolute blast. So many great drivers ready to run that event. 53 are going to enter. 43 will take the green flag, and we are ready to go come November 10th. It's going to be a blast. We did qualifying here tonight for Phoenix, but testing for that event has been absolutely fantastic. The drivers are loving it. It's going to be nothing but the best, and we're going to make sure the production value is high. We've already got a bunch of trailers lined in, driver intros. Jared and I will be in for the preview show, the pre-race show. It's going to be an absolute amazing night of running around. And I might as well announce it now, and I'll announce it more as this night goes on, but I will be calling the All-American 400 at the Nashville Fairgrounds Speedway over the PA. It's going to be radio style. ASA Stars, they already have their guys. They've been broadcasting all year, but they did give me the opportunity to call the All-American 400 over the PA. So if you are at that race, you will hear me loud and proud as they barrel into turn 1, 300 laps, 400 kilometers of great super late model racing at the Nashville Fairgrounds Speedway. That track has been so good to me, and it's helped out so much with my broadcasting career. And I can't wait for this Sunday for it to go down. I'll also be calling races on Saturday and Friday. So I'll have a full weekend of action if you are there in Nashville. But tonight, it's all about NR Night in America. James Thurston, second quick. One back there to Sean Conklin. Now goes top of the board with a 27-3. Let's get ready to go green. And the production, if you've watched an eTicket event, you know the production value is high. It always has been, always will be. You know, we take a lot of care and love into the eTicket events. And we're so glad to have you all with us. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, tonight, 300 likes. We will get that beautiful race number 5. And we are ready to rock and roll. So, 40 drivers will take the green flag tonight here at Phoenix for race number 1 on this Halloween night. And we'll be super speedway racing the rest of the way, or should we say until the figure 8 race. MONZA, Talladega night. You, the viewers, will vote on if you want it to be fog or not. We might actually start that here in a moment. Kyle Turzak, still no paint scheme on his number 17. Now, Kyle Turzak rolled into Martinsville with a little bit of that swagger. You know, he came in, he knew that he was the fastest driver on the short track scene. But then you look at this now, you consider Phoenix a short track. It's 1 mile in length. I personally say anything under a mile is a short track. He goes 10. A little bit of a characteristic here. Would not be surprised if Kyle Turzak gets it done. But last time we went race 1 racing, he got into it there with Nathan Lyons. He showed that he had what it took to battle it out and win the race. He very much did over Daniel Mosteller. As the night shines bright under this Phoenix light, it's going to be a lot of fun to see how this all rolls out, goes down. Because we are guaranteed 4 races here tonight. You, the viewers, depending on how hyped you guys get, how excited you get in the chat, we'll see if we have that race number 5. If we don't get the 300 likes, but 300 likes guarantees it all the way through. You guys want to see something great as well? Well, the next stream after this won't be this Friday. I'll be calling races at the fairgrounds. Championship night, going to be a blast. Live on Racing America. And we realized, you know what? When it's e-ticket event, we usually don't stream because all we do is hype up the e-ticket. But what if we did a super speedway night next Tuesday? Only 2 or 3 races starting at 8 Eastern, 7 Central. And we just let it rip. That's what we're considering next Tuesday. And we're looking at having it because it's e-ticket event week. Couple races since Friday will be 8 Eastern, 7 Central. Let's have next Tuesday also be 8 Eastern, 7 Central. About 2 or 3 races combined. And then we get ready for the USA 500. The best part about this e-ticket event's going to look a lot different when you're watching it, mainly because of the overlays. Take a look, ladies and gentlemen, a sneak peek of what's to come by the overlays. The graphics will be a lot better for in the race, because once again, the way that we have it set up. But Andrew Schulte is doing a fantastic job. These overlays are based off the 2007 season of TNT. And it's going to be a blast. It's going to be beautiful. You'll have the top 4, top 3, top of your screen consistently. You already see certain drivers up there. Jacob Wilkerson driving the 43. Davis Lewis in the 19. Drake Berry in the 04. River Page showing some strength in that speed. It's going to be a blast to see what these guys can go in and do. And I honestly believe these are one of the nicest overlays we have ever had for an e-ticket event. And you guys have a lot to look forward to come race day. Let's get ready to go green. In a couple laps time, we will be dropping the green flag. If you're just tuning on in, we say hello, we say welcome, and happy Halloween, ladies and gentlemen, as we get ready to rock and roll. This is race 104, that's guaranteed here tonight. Sean Conklin lined up. Matthew Brower still looking for his first win. And he's a driver that we know he's due. You know, he's going to get a win at some point in NR. The question is, how is he going to get it? Is he going to go up there and just size up the field and get it done? Or is he going to have to go ahead and try to make things work? Well, guess what? We get the one to go this time by. So let's go ahead and say those magical words. God speed drivers. You are go for throttle up. 100 laps of thunder out of the desert of Phoenix, Arizona. James Thurston lined in. 40 drivers answered the call. 40 drivers taking the green flag. We usually don't go racing in Phoenix. But man, when we go racing here tonight, it's going to be an absolute blast. We cannot wait to see how this all goes down. Ticker top left of your screen. It'll be jumping in and out as we get ready to go green. Fans on their feet just one more time. Very rarely do we make the stop out in Phoenix, Arizona, but when we do, there's just nothing about that magic that you love. Let's get ready to rock and roll as the sparks fly under a Tuesday night. Happy Halloween, ladies and gentlemen, as we light the fuse from the Phoenix Raceway. Conklin on the outside, forward on four to turn one. A lot of contact there with James Thurston. You saw that Ford machine kind of washed up the track, trying to keep that footing. Joey back, Matthew Brower 2x2, one outside wall. Gavin Austin already takes James Pomar around with him. Collects about 2 or 3 machines. Kyle Turzak was also involved. And just like that, we have the caution early. And we talked about it on the top of the show, with us very rarely going to Phoenix, drivers very rarely use Phoenix in iRacing. In our night in America starts a little renaissance. When we did the nationwide series consistently, all of a sudden you saw paint schemes being made, drivers testing with it, and then all of a sudden we stopped using it. We came back and there was like a little bit of bugs in the system with drivers trying to get used to it. Phoenix is always that same way. We come here, try to go ahead and have a great start early on, but things just don't go the way you expect it to. Let's go see what happened. Mosteller Toyota. Last time he drove a Toyota, he went to victory lane. Now that's rubbed some viewers a little bit different, should we say. Some love his Chevrolet backing, but now he has started racing multiple manufacturers. And you see Kyle Turzak, first one to bite, goes right into that inside wall. Turzak, the driver out of Virginia, has raced late model stocks in the past out there at Old Dominion. And for Gavin Austin, with this being his home track, this is one that he would definitely love to find victory lane on. Kyle Turzak wasn't even close to being clear. And for James Pomar, it's a massive shunt to the nose that might bring his day, or should we say his night, to the end. James Thurston and company lined up on the outside or left side of your screen now. It's going to go Thurston, Conklin, Beck, and Brower. There's your fast four. Pit road, it's wide open. Some drivers already down and in. Darian Gilliam outside that top 29. He sits there in 30th in the NWP 91 Chevrolet. Gilliam would like to get back to those winning ways. Justin Champagne. We haven't seen Justin win in a while, but his brother is on it. He's excited for the USA 500. We talked with Kevin Champagne recently. We said, hey, what is your opinion on things? He's like, I'm ready to roll. We talked about him before. He's been racing that number 5 machine. So anytime you guys see Kevin Champagne tonight in NR or the USA 500, spam that 5. Let's talk about tonight before we get the one to go. Once again, 300 likes. We'll go ahead and get race number 5. Now let's see for the reason we don't get it. We're going to see how hyped the chat gets. There's 130 watching live right now. We're looking, we're peeking, we're seeing how excited you all get. That's the case, and we see that momentum carried past the figure 8. We may go ahead and just automatically do a race number 5. Ford on 4, that'll be row number 1, Joey Beck. Not new to NR, but has yet to find a win. Now, he has gotten a lot better. You see him there in that William Byron Chevrolet. That is the exact scheme Willie B will be driving come Phoenix. There'll be a Chevrolet lockout back to row number 2, make it a Toyota lockout back to row number 3. So all 3 manufacturers present in the first 3 rows as we get ready to try this one more time. 2x2 when they barrel into turn 1. The dog leg, you can cut it, but you better brace trying to get back on that flat. Let's get ready to go green. Tonight we'll also be explaining who's driving what in the USA 500. How about the number 16, William Schmidt? Gonna be a lot of fun to see what he can go ahead and do. 2x2 iRating off for tonight, as it is Halloween, as we get ready to go green. Ford on Ford, Chevy on Chevy. Put a Toyota in a mix. Grab a gear. One more time as we get ready to rock and roll for the Phoenix Raceway. Thurston ahead, no competition behind. Now Sean Conklin tries to close that gap back in. Stretch of that quarter panel. Trying to get some type of drive down on 2x2. Most to the inside. Finds his way about. Joey back in third. Lunges in deep to turn 3. Opens the gap for Matthew Brower. Brower, hesitation into the dog leg. It's only a 100 lap race. You really don't have that much time to think about saving. Yes, at the same time, you have to look at the fact that we could have green flag stops. But may not be likely. Brower on the outside of the Coors Light Chevrolet finds his way into third. Joey back to fourth. Mosteller is there, trying to barrel on through. To the flat. Looking for a way around the outside. Sean Conklin, 3-1, 2-9, back to James Thurston. He's really good to the center of the corner. Not too bad offensive. I'm surprised Thurston didn't really get that lunge. Now let's go back to Homestead when we did that as a race 1. What happened with James Thurston? Well, he had 1 or 2 drivers that realistically had a shot to compete with them if the race went green. Well, a caution came out late, and he absolutely threw the race away on the restart. Didn't get the best run, scraped the wall. Aiden Walker comes through and nabs the win. Well, early on, James Thurston is the clear favorite to win. 1 to the inside wall. Way in the back, that is the number 28 machine. Out of the way, we do stay green. Now that might have been Jonathan Ledger, if I'm not mistaken. Once again, Rex way in the rear. No prompt for a yellow. Long green flag runs. That's what you want to see in NR9. You know, you want to see guys dishing it out, trying to figure the strategy around this racetrack. You see Demos, he's up there in 5th. Demos is known for a long run, medium run driver. Short run driver is really known as James Thurston. Now he has proven in the past that he can be better, as there is another driver in the outside wall. That is James Court. Running all the way back to the rear with 90 laps to go. The big idea is, how do you save your tires? Phoenix doesn't exactly have a newer surface. It's a surface that's been really worn out, torn apart in years past. So if you can save those tires with a long run, you have a big opportunity to go into victory lane. Now, we did Legacy Phoenix a couple weeks ago, and it was a great race. Almost came down to a photo finish. So keep an eye out for things, as Sean Conklin has not left James Thurston's side just yet. 3-2 back to your race leader. Bag Mosteller. This is off turn number 2. And Demos got a great run to the inside. Trouble, Coffee going around. Caution's gonna wave. Or should we say Obi Johnson. Drive number 7, that's known being used by Coffee. And that will prompt the yellow. For the second time tonight. I think he just got kicked out, if I'm not mistaken. I don't see him anywhere on the racetrack. And we talked about it before, drivers making mistakes, prompting yellows way in the rear, but we usually let that go away. You know, if you're back there, you're spinning, the idea then is to use NR almost as like a practice session where you can figure out how to control that car if you're back in there, and then one day you'll be competitive enough to be on the top left of your screen, you know? So that's the big thing to look at. We're going to take a peek to see exactly what went down, but pit road's wide open. You see the damage there on Matthew Brower. This is Jonathan Ledger, one of the drivers that were involved. Joseph Armstrong. And others racing around. Now, there was some incidents way back to the rear that probably should have prompted a caution. Let's go back to the green flag racing. So there's the first one. Yeah, he's running out there on his own. That's James Court. And almost was a yellow. He doesn't have a paint scheme on at all. That's the big thing. You get you guys in NR And the first thing they think is, I can come in here like it's, you know, an arcade game, like maybe NASCAR Heat or something on the console side. I can go out there and I can be competitive. That is not the way it is. It is very tough for a lot of these drivers to get a handle on how things work. And we've seen it in the past before. They get that confidence built up. They're like, hey, this guy's racing, he's doing well, I can do that too. And then all of a sudden you get that big reality check when you realize, oh, it's not as easy as it looks on stream. And then next thing you know, you overdrive corner entry, corner exit. So keep things in mind as time goes on. Let's go see what happened with the number 7 machine. Yeah, well, he really just sat it there in the middle of the track. We weren't able to see exactly who took him around, but it definitely did prompt the caution waving. Sean Conklin, your race leader. It now goes Vincent Gucci in second, Joey Beck the third. Sean Conklin did not pit on that last cycle of pit stops, puts Davis Lewis in that 5th position there in the number 12 machine. If you're new to NR now, you're wondering, hey, why does the number on the left side of my screen say something different than the car number that's on the track? Well, pretty simple. A lot of these drivers, they just pick their paint schemes randomly on iRacing through Trading Paints. And in Trading Paints Pro, the number you see does not line up with their iRacing number. Comes down to the driver to make that change and say, okay, let's line the TP Pro number up with the iRacing number so, you know, the viewers at home know where I am and what the right number is. Well, for eTicket events, we take the initiative to just do it ourselves, and that's why you see here for the USA 500, the numbers are going to line up with the actual fonts as well. So when you see Davis Lewis in the USA 500 driving number 19, that is Davis Lewis. He's not going to be driving some other number. And NR Night, it's just this way because they changed their paint scheme so many times and don't change their iRacing number. That's that go ahead and sometimes doesn't correlate. Well, Sean Conklin says, hey, I'm going to make sure the viewers know that I am the number 54 because guess what? We're going to get ready to retake the green flag once again. Let's go 2x2. Vincent Gucci there in second on the outside lane. Love the race in action. Feel free to subscribe. We'll see you also next week, Tuesday at 8 Eastern, 7 Central. Grab a gear just one more time. Conklin out of the gate early. Gets the barrel into the dogleg. Joey Beck washing way up the track. Matthew Brower there to join on with him. She just caught that wall. You heard that thud. Ortega, Molina, Tucker, Max Steinmeier, Byram, Gilliam up to 14th. Lap 18 out of 100. It's Ford and Chevrolet leading the way. See Thurston now, he's on those fresher tires. He can find his way around Matthew Brower here. But I think a lot of drivers are banking on track position to be the real root cause of how this race will play out. Back in second, closing that gap, 15 the difference, back to the dogleg. As the run to the bottom, Joey Beck has never won a race in NR Night in America. Puts the William Byron Chevrolet to the bottom. Contact there with Conklin. Gotta save it. He's going down pit road. And that's gonna change everything. Back forced on the pits. We stay green. James Thurston into that second spot. 10 the difference. And Sean Conklin got really aggressive there. We saw Big Beck threw it down into turn 1. Thurston knows that 54 will use the bold moves when it matters the most. The lunge to the inside, Brower into the outside wall. Brower sits there in third. James Thurston, limbo, down into turn number 1. Conklin has got to fight right here. He's got to make sure that Ford does not get the run off. That's what Phoenix is all about. If you can hang on that guy's outside and get back to the gas for him, you're going to be in really good shape. Now, clearly, Thurston is a lot better than the drivers that could be around him one around. 13 up into the outside wall. Michael Tucker. And the caution will wait for the third time. Tucker involved in that incident. I believe he was with the 11 machine. Let's look back to it. That might have been Riker Bomb. No, it's Maximus Molina. Molina on the outside. The spin, no, that came from contact with the 38 machine. Ortega took him right around. Yeah, that was not Molina at all. I believe Ortega will be getting a penalty for it. Molina and Tucker involved in that incident, prompting the yellow for the third time. Pit road, it's wide open. Conklin, Brower, Thurston, and Ortega will be forced to the tail end of the longest line after making that mistake. He just flat out cleaned him out. As we will get ready to try this again. Lap 24 of 100. This is NR Night in America Racing from the Phoenix Raceway. As we get ready to try this once more. So that'll put James Thurston in the company one step closer to the Sean Conklin machine. Matthew Brower there in second. Steinmeier and company. Line back up. Conklin knowing that track position may be the key to victory lane here tonight. And has put himself in position to find victory lane. What do you guys think of the thumbnail? I think it's one of the best thumbnails we've ever made. YouTube shorts going out left and right. If you haven't already checked them out, go ahead and do so as we get ready to continue the racing tonight. What race are you most excited for, ladies and gentlemen? Matter of fact, while we're under the caution flag, let's go and start the poll. Talladega night. Let's see if you guys want it. Do you guys want fog or no fog for race number 3? And you can start the voting now as we get ready to see the one to go. 25 laps into this race. Matthew Brower has come close in the pass of 4. And once again, we'll say this, 300 likes tonight. We will get race number 5, and you, the viewers, get to vote on where we go. A lot of drivers have advocated for a MONZA Miata race at the Daytona Road Course. But you, the viewers, get to vote on where. And also, if you guys get excited during the racing tonight, we will just continue to ramp up the races as we get ready to go green once more. Chevy, Ford, Toyota, Ford, Chevy, Ford, back to road number 3. Lap 25 going in the books this time by. Going on lap 26 of 100. Sean Conklin leads the way just one more time. Brower in a second, 1-2, spinning up to the outside of the dog leg. Out of harm's way, we stay green. Davis Lewis. Ortega just got thrown into the outside wall there by Molina. I don't think those two are very happy with each other. You saw James Thurston dropping back. On the apron, going for a slide. Thurston saves it, battle for the lead. Conklin, Brower, Swearinger in third, Lewis back to fourth. I'd like to see what Max is doing in that 5th place position. How about Steinmeier actually in the 5th place spot? Swearinger in third. No, you're not seeing double. Steinmeier top sign in his Ford. Now we're used to seeing Mack in a Toyota. For whatever reason tonight, he's running that Ford Mustang. But making it time up as he goes, Davis Lewis. Lewis up to 4th. Right to the rear, Matthew Brower. 2-1 the difference, has closed on in to the Sean Conklin Ford. To the outside, lined up nose to tail, Swearigan down near the yellow line. Davis Lewis with one heck of a drive. That's going to be wheel to wheel. Lewis inside, Swearigan outside. Push comes to shove, wheel to wheel, and Davis Lewis goes around. Right in the middle of the dog leg. Does he get it refired? He does not. And the caution's going to wave again. There's been a lot of cautions here tonight, man. I think there's a lot of bad mistakes being made by drivers. Struggling to hold this car together. Max went to squeeze, but Lewis overdrove it. And just couldn't lay off that 15 machine. He will also be one of the guys racing in the USA 500. A couple wins in NR. But Lewis is also known for making mistakes. And a mistake he very much did. Let's watch once more. I think Gavin Austin clobbered him as well. That's going to be a left front hit to that machine. From the Phoenix Raceway, let's watch the wheel to wheel. So Lewis gets to the bottom right here. You see how much he drives it in. He didn't hit the yellow line at all. And we usually see those guys, if you're going to drive in that deep, you're going to want to hit that yellow line. He's going up. He's not letting off. He's not letting off. Now he's trying to get off of him. But he yanked that wheel so hard to the left, it just locked it right around. And then all of a sudden, Gavin Austin just cannot find a way to stay off machines. And there goes the entire left front. As his race looks to be coming to a close. Pit road's open for him, Sean Conklin. And that's the thing about NR night. You never know what you're going to get, right? You think at one point, okay, we might get clean racing. And you usually do get clean racing. We might get a long green flag run. We might not even have a caution. The next thing you know, it feels like it's yellow after yellow after yellow, and it's just never going to end. And that's just how things go. As you see it right now, it's working out for some, not working out for others. Ford, Chevy, Toyota, Ford lined up back to the rear as we get ready to try it again. And we will get ready to go green once more. If you're just joining on in, we say welcome. I did make the announcement earlier. I will be calling the All-American 400 at the Nashville Fairgrounds Speedway coming up this Sunday. It will be over the PA, and it will be a lot of fun to see how that all rolls out. Pit road's open, but a lot of machines have already had a lot of issues with the racing here tonight. Chevy, Ford, Steinmeier now up to 5th. Lined up 2 by 2. We want to say thank you to everybody that's tuned on in so far tonight for NR Night in America. You're watching the racing live at the Phoenix Raceway, and this will be the only stream of the week, as Friday, Saturday, and Sunday I'll be calling races in person in Nashville. And if you would like to see those live, that will be on racingamerica.tv. Chevy and Ford, Brower and Conklin, Swearigan and Gucci back there in that second row. Lined in, Steinmeier back, row 3, Matheson, Gilliam up to row number 4. Darren having a really good night so far. And hoping to see things go his way. Matthew Brower, another one, just looking for his first win. And have this thing all come full circle. Pena, Thurston, Cole, Goff, Gilliam, and so many others line up 2 by 2 as we get ready to retake the green flag. It is cold here in Middle Tennessee, ladies and gentlemen. This Sunday it was in the 80s. I believe it's getting down to the 30s here tonight, if I'm not mistaken. In some parts of the country, these drivers are racing, and there's already snow on the ground. But if you're down there in South Florida, I believe it's still, what, in the 80s? I do love the 80-degree weather. I will not lie about that. Let's get ready to go green. Crowd going back on their feet. Brower, Swearigan, Vincent Gucci, Max Steinmeier. Sean Conklin, Matthew Brower, 2x2. Grab a gear just one more time, back underway from Phoenix. Conklin to the flat. Heading into turn one. Got Brower looking to find a way on that outside. And B back to the gas. Oh, scraping that outside wall. Swearengin up to that fourth position. Vincent Gucci in the third. Battle for the lead. Brower to the inside. He thought about making that lunge. Sean Conklin did a great job getting back to the gas. And keeps his Ford out front. Matthew Brower barrels his way down off turn number 2. He's got the speed to pass him. Clear as day. It's not just finding that technique around Phoenix Raceway. Such a weird racetrack. You got a dog leg, it's flat in turn 1. You got banking in 3 and 4. And you can cut that inside, but you need the momentum to carry off corner exit. We've seen multiple times before drivers put way too much on the line. Here comes Brower again to the inside. 17 back. Can't find a way around the Mustang. Back. Downstairs into Swearengin. Little tap, little run, they're wheel to wheel. Brower wants it again. Chevy on Ford, nose to tail. Gucci, back, Swearengin. Max on the attack to the inside. Thought about it again. He's been looking at that bottom side. Once again, you're not seeing double. Max Steinmeier, James Thurston. Wheel to wheel in the 4 machines. Brower grabs the gear. 17 back, 16 back. Flirts with a 15 into turns 1 and 2. Conklin's running a higher line through the center. Keeping it off that inside lane. And the question is, how are you going to find a way around him? How aggressive do you want to get? Do you run his line and try to make up a couple inches, maybe a couple feet here and there, and then try to attack? But you see how wide that 73 goes off turn 4 through the dogleg. He uses it like a roller coaster of momentum to cut the dogleg and make up that time. But Conklin just puts his machine in an area that it's so tough to find a way around, including with dirty air becoming an issue. Ford Chevrolet. Vincent Gucci closing in. Joey back. Back to the bottom. Thurston in tow. Now Thurston is sitting in that 5th position. Swearengin. Steinmeier. Lined up. Mac nose to tail. Brower going wide. Where's the run coming from? Crossover. Back to the bottom. Blinks once, blinks twice. Joey back. Welcome to 3rd. I think Gucci wants it back. Wheel to wheel to the inside. Vincent Gucci trying what he can to get out in front of that 24 machine. Thurston wants to sneak it 3 wide and through. Gonna get him. Thurston at the bottom, lined in and back. Brower losing time now on Sean Conklin. Lap 43 of 100. Thurston led the early portions of this race. Now wheel to wheel to 24. Brower's able to close that gap back under a 4. The cat and mouse game. This is the battle for 3rd. Thurston, lane 2. Beck goes to cover. Thurston with a crossover. Couldn't find his way around. And now you got to look at the long green flag runs. You got to look at this situation like, okay, where's the opportunities coming? If they are going to be shown at any point. Brower half a second back. Still keeping the 4 at bay. Now runs wide. Thurston to the inside, slots his way into third, and can start that focus on the top two. A good move there by Beck. You can tell that four machine's a lot quicker. Last thing you want to do is hold up a guy, and the next thing you know, he just outright punts you. Lap machine out in front, only 17 drivers of the 40 that started this race left on the lead lap. Conklin into the outside wall, your race leader. Brower makes up the time. He nailed it. Not seeing enough damage there to really affect that 54. We talked about these machines, now built like tanks. But the momentum swing is back in the hands of the 73. Brower 3-3. Brower 3-2. Brower closing the gap. Now runs a little bit higher. Thurston has closed on in under a second now. From your race leader, Brower loose off exit, momentum back to the 4. Now they've really lined out here, so now you've got to start thinking, okay, what's going to happen here? You're just getting to the halfway point of this race where things are going to change, and they're going to change pretty quickly. Sun setting, track temp is moving around, the rubber's been laid out all over the place. A lot of these guys have spun out, and with that being said, they spun out in areas where drivers can now use different parts of the racetrack because of that rubber built down. So what do? How do you hold on to it? And for Matthew Brower, clock's ticking. Here comes Thurston to the outside. The look downstairs, Brower in the wall. James Thurston up to second. Will be driving the 29 for the USA 500. Brower wants it back. Thought about it again. To the inside. And Conklin's got about a second lead after second and third. Shuffle it up. One. Outside wall and spinning. He's going to keep it up there. That might have been Sean Rowe. We will stay green. As you look at that 16th on back already. One lap down. Conklin has just under a 1 second advantage. But James Thurston now can find his way around the lap machines and focus on your race leader. And remember, this 54 made the strategy call of staying out after that first caution. That gave him the track position. But the sun setting here for Phoenix. He's going to be the first one to the lap traffic. If he is held back at any point, it could make a big difference on how this race goes. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to halfway. Thurston in second. To the inside. Yeah, by 8-9, he's gaining to the ground. That's what's important right here. So he knows he has the speed off. He knows he can cut that dog leg and still carry momentum. That's what some drivers really don't have a tendency of knowing how to do. It's cut the dog leg and hold on to your car. But he's doing a great job of it and putting himself in prime position to make up time. Now the gap's back to an 8. So the momentum swing is definitely there. Let's look back to the rear of this pack. Joey Beck in fourth, Vincent Gucci in fifth, Lewis, Steinmeier. We go back to Matheson, Goff, Gilliam. A lot of these guys really just lined up. Ortega now in that 12th position. They got Max Steinmeier back in 14th. So this pack is really spread on out. But you can look at the top two and say, hey, this is about to be a big battle for the lead. It'll be a Ford-on-Ford fight. James Thurston, the driver out of Florida. Originally from Fort Myers. Now out of the North Florida area. Trying to make up that time. Brower, 1-6 back, Joey back. Has Joseph Armstrong breathing down his neck, but it is an absolute swing of momentum for that 24 machine. Now, I wouldn't be surprised if he's considered a hot contender for an e-ticket in the future. He won't be in the USA 500, but I think he's really shown his strength of saying, hey, I have what it takes to go out and compete with these guys. Give me an opportunity. Conklin slams the wall. Here comes Thurston, 17 back. Got to worry about bending any of those rods on the right side. Look downstairs, wheel to wheel. Thurston barrels it in. Contact there with the 4. Runs way up the track. They may drag racing to turn 1. And James Thurston trying to just stick right with him. It's Lau Brower to close on in. Sean Conklin, one of the toughest drivers to pass tonight. Around the outside, gets the drive off. Holds on to it. James Thurston back to second. Wow. Now he's in the wall. Lap machine, Gavin Austin. Lined up right in front of the top 2. Conklin gets the dirty air. Tightens up into turn 1. Focuses on that drive off. Looks to the inside of the 0. Three the difference. 2-7 back. Now this is the fight we want to see. He's in that wall again. He keeps on hitting it. See Thurston going right back to the bottom. 9 back, 11 back. Ford on Ford. Thurston the drive. Conklin slams the right side once again. And don't keep James Thurston out just yet. He's made up the most time since the restart. Lap 59 of 100. To turn 1, does he move him? Looks to the quarter panel. Maybe a tap, now the shove. Looks wheel to wheel on turn number 2. Conklin got that drive off the center. And it's gonna pay off. Still 3 the difference. Top 2 separated by less than half a car length. Next time by, 40 to go from Phoenix. Thurston running wide off center. Daylight downstairs, looks for it, doesn't leap. Now he's going to hold on to that nose to tail. Conklin drives it in deep and will hold on to that top spot again. Thurston to the outside, Conklin shutting the door. Now he's got to stop with how aggressive he's getting. They might get turned for that mirror driving. I mean both of them, because Thurston's done it in the past before. Now looks to the bottom, wheel to wheel. Conklin trying to keep him at bay. Thurston wanting the drive off. Conklin, no drive off exit. Back wheel to wheel. Push with that right rear. Still side-by-side racing. Thurston on the bottom. Conklin looking to squeeze. Lap 63 of 100. This is the battle for the lead. If you're just coming on in, we say hello, we say welcome, as it's rush hour from Phoenix International Raceway. These two have been fighting left and right for the last 7 or 8 laps. He's just able to hold on to him again. Nose to tail. 17 back. Halloween night, how scary is this gonna get? The day and the night race. Thurston, bumper to the back of the Ford. Grabs the gear. That's the big thing, man. They're doing all this and downshifting. Just put it into perspective how tough this really is. Conklin can breathe, but not for long. Brower losing time. It's all coming down between this top 2. Lap 65 of 100. Thurston going wide. Looking for the drive. Entry a little wide. Conklin went shallow. Washes up. 15 back, lap 66 of 100. One heck of a dogfight. And it's going to carry all the way back to that start-finish line. Thurston running deep. Still nose to tail. And the question is to the viewers, are you loving the racing you're seeing? Conklin holds on, lap 67 to 100. Ford on Ford, Brower, the Chevrolet in third. We just can't get that bite. That's what's making the big difference. How do you roll off corner exit? Thurston, 2-9. Pushing the narrative. Looking for victory lane to the inside again of the Conklin machine. Now can he run away? Looking, peeking. Still no real change. Conklin's one of the greatest defenders you're going to find in NR Night in America. I mean, hands down. He knows how to hold these guys back and have no problems doing it. Brower back in third, back and forth. Thurston. 2-8 back. Conklin drives it in deep, now tries pulling away. Next time by, 30 to go for Phoenix. Lewis in fifth. Remember, he was one of the drivers that brought out the caution at least once tonight. Thurston, 3-5, 3-6 back. Brower, a second and a half back. Top three shown on your screen. So they're in the same camera shot. That just shows you that Matthew Brower has mostly stopped this bleeding and is able to at least stick with them. If Thurston can go up there and force Conklin a little bit harder, you may see where Matthew Brower can come back into being a big race contender. Don't leave the Chevrolet out of the fight just yet. Sun nearly completely set. He's 1-5 back. Thurston, 4-3 back. The drive off corner exit. Cuts underneath the yellow line. That's Brower in third. You got to go to Davis Lewis way in fourth for the next driver with an opportunity. We once again say it, 40 drivers start this race. Has been a big race of attrition tonight. Halloween scheme on for that 4. Center, exit, 4-5, 4-4 the difference. I still don't think it's done. I don't think Conklin's going to be able to run away with it. But I guarantee you, if Thurston gets him again, he may go ahead and start trading that paint because he knows how tough that 54 is going to keep him at bay. 73 out of 100, close in the last 25 laps. Thurston on the bottom. Conklin. The drive off, Matthew Brower in third. Davis Lewis in fourth. Max Steinmeier there in fifth. You're under half a second. What's the game plan? Conklin drive off. Now has lap machines right in front of him, pulling away from James Thurston. .26 laps to go from Phoenix. And Conklin's been in an area where he's almost won races before. Look back to Bristol. Push came to shove. Joseph Armstrong won that race. Known for mostly doing well in the short tracks. Armstrong on the bottom, speaking of him. Now going another lap down. That's 2 back there in that 16th spot. Thurston can't make up the time. 25 to go. Brower's lost speed as well. Now he's 2 seconds back. 6 back now for Thurston, running a higher line. That's the thing about Phoenix. A lot of people forget that it is multi-groove. It's not like Homestead multi-groove where it's progressive banking and he can run the top and the bottom, but you can use the first 2 or 3 lanes. You've seen guys also go up against the wall and then kind of shortcut exit and then get the drive off. So keep an eye out for that. You're going to see a lot of these guys continue to try to change lanes up, including come Sunday for the Cup Series. Conklin down near the yellow line. 9 the difference, 8 the difference. Top 2 lined up nose to tail. 24 laps to go. Matheson, Mosteller, Champagne. Now Champagne is up into that 9th position. Swearengin, Cole, Schmidt, Terzak. So many lined in. 23 to go. Brower. 4 seconds back. Way back to be exact. Swearengin on the bottom, getting out of the way there, James Thurston. 22 laps to go, the gap back to a second. And that gets even tougher now for all these guys trying to make up time at any point late in this race. Talladega will be later tonight if you're looking for it. This is race 1 of 4. That's guaranteed for Enter Night. The next eTicket event coming up November 10th. Thurston cuts that gap in huge. Back to a 6-7. All right, he's got something. He's got something, and he's got the opportunity to make up that ground. The question is, what is it going to take to really make it work? 6-6 back. Thurston on the bottom, Mosteller up and into the outside wall. That was with Joseph Armstrong. Caution's gonna wave with 20 to go. And this will change up the entire complexity. Pit road will be wide open. Wow. What happened there? Demos already damaged earlier in the run. Him and Champagne wheel to wheel. These two have had a nice history. Hey, look at these 3 drivers. They're known for running up front, and Armstrong just flat out blocked the 38 and took the 87 around with him. I'm not blaming that on Justin at all. I think that's the incompetence of Joseph Armstrong. It's been a while since we've seen Joe go to victory lane. Not racing the USA 500. And well, what hasn't been on the right side of these races a lot this year. Champagne shunned him. He didn't want to take the 87 out with him. But it will bring the caution out with 19 laps to go. So how does things work now as pit road is wide open? Thurston down and in, ready to go back at it. Conklin in as well. Right side's going up, left side's going up. Ready for the restart. So 18 laps to go. We'll come down to 17. Gavin Austin's had his run-ins here tonight as well. And we will get ready to try this again. And Joe said he was trying to get out of the way. I don't think getting out of the way is brake checking someone. You could say, well, he's braking for the corner. Yeah, I don't know about that. He squeezed him down the inside. If Armstrong was on the other side, you would hear him complaining about it in the chat right now. So that's an interesting situation. We'll see what the viewers think about it. And speaking of the viewers thinking about something, how about Talladega night being fog or no fog? 70% of you are saying fog. So that will make things interesting as well. Who's excited for the USA 500? We're going to continue to show off these overlays. Because, man, they look amazing. We can't wait to show them off come November 10th. TNT style. The next stream won't be till next week, ladies and gentlemen. So glad to have you all with us as we get ready to retake the green flag. Ford on Ford. Lights coming off this time by, ladies and gentlemen, the one to go. Conklin, Thurston, Lewis, and Brower, fast four. Ford Chevrolet. So they're saying it's not on Armstrong. We got to watch the replay again. One of those rare times when the chat disagrees. I don't know, man. Personally, I think that was on Joe. But we'll look back to it. Most of them taking Armstrong's side. Well, it's interesting. I mean, Joe will have that backing heading into Monza, but currently will not have a shot at winning this race. 15 laps to go when we get it refired. James Thurston, Sean Conklin. Lined up 2 by 2. Brower and Lewis back to row number 2. Can Thurston continue his winning ways, or can Conklin, the underdog, hold them off? Final 15 laps for Phoenix. Thurston barreling down into turn 1. Trying to get around that outside. See Brower on the bottom. Forcing the issue. 3 drivers under a blanket. Sean Conklin, top of the board at turn 3. Brower in third. Watching on Vincent Gucci, Davis Lewis. Trying to make something work. Top 3 under a blanket. Champagne into the outside wall. The move off turn 2. Conklin top of the board. Thurston's got a fight right here. The spooky scheme on the Busch Ford nearly shunted into a wall. To the outside of turn 1. Conklin's got a fight right here. If he gets around that outside, it's going to be checkmate. Puts him in the wall. That nose to tail that was on Thurston. Vincent Gucci around in the rear. Everyone goes to avoid. Davis Lewis involved. Gavin Austin, Mosteller again. And with 12 laps to go, we'll have a restart. I think that was all tempers. Lot to look at. Did Conklin force him in the wall, or did Thurston? I don't know. I don't know. At first glance, it looked like Thurston walled himself. But these two have been fighting hard tonight. I mean, it's been unreal to watch what they've been able to do. Oh, man. Well, it's safe to say this is definitely not over. Let's watch back. I see him trying to work that top. Boom! Oh, man. Watch it once more. Yeah, right off corner exit. We're trying to see if maybe he got alongside of him. Definitely gonna have to go to an aerial view. So this is what we all saw coming back around. So he's forcing that issue. You be the judge. You can see he's forced to get out of the gas, but I think that's still on its own. Let's watch it again. To the outside. Oh, man, that was all on him. And Davis Lewis, I don't get this one. Just junked Vincent Gucci. Lewis on the outside of that 36. Oh, yeah. I wasn't even close. And that will bring out the caution once again. Now, Lewis has been struggling a lot here at Phoenix. Let's ask you guys down in chat below. So now you guys are the early viewers that come on in. Does NR Night go back to an 8 Eastern, 7 Central time slot, or do we stick with Tuesdays at 7 Eastern, 6 Central? We do get a higher driver count for 7 Eastern, 6 Central, but so many of you are used to that 8 Eastern, 7 Central. I saw in the Discord so many of you were asking for it to come back. Just the fact that you love that time slot. And we've been looking at ratings. We've been looking at how hyped the chat gets. So usually Friday night is always more exciting. But do you guys want to see a return of the 8 Eastern, 7 Central for Tuesdays? It's still on Fridays. But it is up to you, the viewers, because so many of you also on the East Coast, as drivers say, oh, I want it this way. But as viewers, like, oh, I want it this way. So we've been doing this cat and mouse game for the whole month of October. We've done this experiment of just trying to see what works. And at some point, we will see what you all think. Ford on 4, this is going to be the finish. 9 laps to go. Conklin, Thurston. We'll be doing the voting in race number 3 of Talladega to see what people want. Swearinger and Brower. Schmitty and Goff. Now next week it will be 8 Eastern, 7 Central. We'll get to that in a moment. Let's finish this race off. Final 8 laps. Conklin on the bottom. Pulling away. Brower missing turn 1. Washing wide. Slams on the brakes. Thurston's got to get back to the gas. He's got to get to him. Looking for the opportunity. Seven to go. If something's going to work, it's got to work right now for James Thurston. I mean, he slammed that outside wall, but we talk about these cars being built like tanks. Not a lot of damage to see. Thurston to the bottom. 6 laps to go. Looking downstairs. Conklin keeping him at bay. James has got that drive. Lost the rear, nose to tail into turn 3. When do you see the bumper by the 4? 5 to go from Phoenix. Conklin and Thurston. The drive off corner exit. Conklin's loose. So is Brower. Thurston to the outside, wheel to wheel. Can he commit? Can he hold on to it? Runs wide, now dips low. See them sparking up the left front. 4 to go from Phoenix. Thurston, the drive off turn 2. Caught that wall again, he just can't stay out of it. 17 the difference, up to that second lane. Conklin rips bottom, back nose to tail. Thurston closing that gap. 3 to go for Phoenix. What's the game plan here if you're that 54? Oh, had a check up to the center. Thurston is there, 14 back. The most winningest driver in NR Night in America, facing off against the underdog. David versus Goliath, 2 to go from Arizona. Thurston downstairs, Conklin goes for the squeeze. I don't know if he can hold him coming off turn 2. Keeps him at bay, still side by side. Now Thurston, the advance to turn 3. Let's do it out. Salamanca, 1 to go from the desert. Conklin got the drive off the outside lane to the dogleg, but Thurston's got the momentum to turn 1. Conklin shuts the door. Thurston, bumper to the back of the 54. Down the backstretch and heading to 3 and 4. The run, the lunge. Push comes to shove. Sean Conklin, he's gonna win this race. Victorious from Phoenix. Swears in, hard driver's side into the outside wall. What a race, what a finish. That's how it's done. That's how we expect to see it every Halloween. Sean Conklin, one of the young drivers, captures the flag and goes to victory lane. Victory anthem, let it rip. I mean, who doesn't love NR Night? That is an elite finish right there. I mean, absolutely amazing. And you want to see more of this great action? Stick around with us this Halloween night, ladies and gentlemen, and make sure you tune in to the USA 500 November 10th at 8 Eastern, 7 Central, because, man, it's going to go down. Conklin burning it down on the front stretch. Conklin getting his first win of 2023, and he had to beat one of the best to get it done. Monza right after this. What a race. What a finish. Let's watch back before we talk to your winner. This was 2 to go. Was the call good, by the way? I just want to point that out. If the call was great, it's a YouTube short. Come this Wednesday, ladies and gentlemen. Wow. Conklin did everything he needed to do to defend. White flag waving. Let's slow it down right here. Thurston got a great drive off the dog leg. But into turn 1, Conklin's able to shut that momentum down. And just locks it right in front of the Ford. He saw that Ford lose all that momentum, has slide wide. Now he's trying to force him into a mistake right here. Thurston's trying to push him, trying to shove him. And then they'll run down the back and into turn 3. Thurston drives it in deep. Conklin laying on that gas, forces him in. Conklin gets the drive off the outside lane, Ford on Ford. Thurston goes up to push him. And Conklin goes to victory lane. I mean, what's there not to love? Smack swears in driver's side. What a lick. Let's go talk to a race winner before Monza. Unbelievable. You're looking for the schedule, it's pinned at the top of your screen. How about David Bell dropping down the $5 super chat? So thankful for that one. And an elite group of drivers. NR Night has been getting a lot cleaner recently. I know I'm saying that right before we go do a figure 8 race, but it has been a whole lot of fun. Sean Conklin, what a drive, my man. You got a copy.
Yeah,
we got him right here. Happy Halloween, my man. What a fish. That's one way to start a stream out right.
yeah, that was a pretty good battle between me and Thurston there. that first run was tough, staying out on 35 lap old tires. He had a 35 lap tire advantage, and I was just holding on, doing the best I can. The rears just would not hold on.
Now, you're one of the young drivers, you know what I mean? Like, you're one of those, you're the young bucks of NR, and we usually have drivers that are up there in their 40s and 30s and drivers in their 20s. You're on the younger side, and you were able to go ahead and do it. Now, back in 2022, a lot of younger guys started getting a big following from the younger viewers. Then all of a sudden this year, a lot of those younger guys stopped winning. How does it feel to go out there and contend with a lot of guys that have won consistently in NR night, and you got one for the young dogs?
Yeah, no, it feels good. It just shows that anybody can do it as long as you put in the time and work to do it. And a lot of people will say, oh, you spend so much time on iRacing, you have no life outside of iRacing, and then don't complain about not being able to win, you know what I mean?
Then you went in a photo finish in front of 250 people, and they're all screaming for you. I mean, you love it. It's beautiful. Who doesn't love iRacing? I mean, honestly, I know some people say certain things outside of the community, but it is a lot of fun to see what you have been able to do tonight. And just in this race, holding off James Thurston. Fantastic.
Yeah, definitely a fun race and definitely a good battle. Have fun.
Well, now I ask you, do you want to say anything to anyone back at home? We've been telling drivers, you know, get a little emotional. You know, let it rip. Speak your heart. You know what I mean? Because no one likes a winner, and then all of a sudden he sounds like he's reading off a script, you know? But here, you're able to go ahead and get it done. What do you want to say to these viewers back at home?
No, just thanks for watching. Thanks for putting this on. And I thanks to Thurston for giving me that bump. I got a new wheel. I have the force feedback turned all the way up, and when he bumped me, I don't know why, it shook my wheel so much, my headset literally fell off on the white flag going down the backstretch. So I put that on real quick, and we still won. So I think we have to turn down the force feedback.
I want to talk about this as well. You've been in the wrong side of victory lane before in NR night. You've been a bridesmaid before, coming second a couple times in these short tracks. But when you watch how this has all gone down, what is it like in those closing laps battling someone? I try to explain this to viewers and people outside of the iRacing knowledge, because I remember when I used to race iRacing consistently, if I had a shot at winning, I'd get nervous. My heart would start racing. And people tell me, whether it's a race 5 at NR night, race 1 at NR night, or definitely an eTicket event, it's almost like you need a doctor on standby because your heart wants to pound out of your chest. Were you feeling that at any point during this race?
Yeah, definitely at the end. It's a hard battle. Like with these cars, you can push as hard as you can, and anybody can really be up front and contend for the win. So there's no fall off in the beginning of the race. So you just kind of race it out. There's 10 laps to go. You just got to go as hard as you can.
Is that why you didn't pit?
Yeah, I was trying to get track position, hoping I could just keep heat cycling the tires, but Thurston was putting so much air on my back bumper, getting me loose. He was just able to get there each and every time. So it was definitely a good battle, and glad to come out on top of it.
It was fantastic. Congratulations on the win, my man.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go trackside in a moment. There is one problem, and this comes down to all the iRacing drivers. Race number 2 is supposed to be at the Monza Raceway. Okay, Monza out there in Italy. There's one slight dilemma. By the way, USA 500, November 10th. Don't forget it. There's no setup. Everyone said there was a setup. I don't see a setup anywhere. I'm looking for it. Now, to race this, you have to be in the league. I want to point that out. It's a 30-lap race at Monza. You must be in the league if you're going to race this race. This is a super speedway shootout race. It's race 2 of the tournament of 4. We're going to complete the second season of the shootout tournament next Tuesday, with the final 2 races being the super speedway shootout championship, and the stream will be a super speedway stream only. So that's going to be interesting. The only problem is I can't find Monza anywhere at all. Nowhere to be seen when I am looking around for it. So now the question goes to you guys. Use the Talladega set. Will it peak though? That's the problem. I don't want it to over rev at any point, and you guys have to worry about that. Unless we go ahead and make it open set and you guys share it, or you guys just go ahead and try something quick. So, it's called Autodrome. Let's see if that is there. I was looking for Monza. I know for me, I just named myself Monza. whenever I make the custom Monza sets. We are looking, and no, it is not there. This is the NASCAR Xfinity Series. We're looking up and down. Autodromo. That's what it's called. But once again, it is not popping up on my screen. I've looked up and down. I'm down to Road America. I'm down to Indianapolis Road Course. It's nowhere to be seen. Now, we're not doing Monza Road. We're doing Monza Oval. So keep that in mind as well. So it's a Dega set. So we're just going to use the Talladega set, and we're going to hope we don't blow any engines. I know we've had engine blowing issues in the past. And at our night, that was mostly with the COT at Kansas. You know, we've had our engine issues. But it's okay. We fixed those. Hopefully, we still have those situations patched up as we go race tonight. So it's the Talladega set. I'm a little nervous. I'm going to be honest. I am a little nervous for this race. Because it can go really good. It can go really not good. It could be wild. It could be chaotic. It could be interesting, but there is no setup for that. Remember, we are using Xfinity. So, just want to point that out because we do have the set. Monza. We've done this before. We have used the Monza oval in the past. Now we are going to do the left turning oval. As you know, that's already mainly because I have the camera set up for that. And it's going to be an absolute blast as we get ready to go green. Racing from Monza. We're going to have the time of day set up. We're going to start it right away. I'm just going over some things. The weather, not dynamic sky. So you guys all know that. It's going to be a blast. It's going to be a lot of fun. What do you guys think of the new overlays coming to the USA 500? What do you guys think of the new icons in the chat below? I love them. I think they're amazing. Now, if you want to race this race, request to join the league on iRacing called NR Night in America. Pretty simple. It's just NR Night in America, all caps. You can go ahead and join it. It's going to be a blast. It's going to be great. It's going to be a lot of fun to see who has what it takes to really duke it out. But it is only a 30-lap race, a sprint race for race 2 of the Super Speedway Shootout. And we are ready to rock and roll. Frank loves the fact he has that 07. Now, we will keep that 07 if the viewers want it. But I want to point something out. Frank DeAngelis has shown no speed recently in NR Night. I mean, absolutely nothing. Not a zippo. Michigan, in testing, he hasn't shown anything at all. So, if Frank shows that he has a lot of speed, we'll keep it in there. Because we want the drivers that are running up front to have those icons. You know, the fan favorites also to have those icons. That's why you have them there. So, keep that in mind. And the same with Max Swearinger. Has to show speed. Has to show consistency. That's the reason why certain guys have already gotten it. So, let's get ready to roll. A lot of 07s in the chat, though. I think that's a little bit of saying it. No matter what he does, keep it in there because a lot of viewers love that 07. He is driving the Sopranos 07 for the race. By the way, session is up. Password is IDK. If you're looking to join, once again, join the league NR Night in America. A couple of you have already requested to join, and we're going to go ahead and accept that now as we get ready to go green. Under the 07 bus. I like being honest. I love it. Letting drivers know how it is. It's weird because in 2022, we had Frank DeAngelis winning consistently. The Champagnes, well, the Champagnes still win. I want to point that out. But Kevin Champagne wins a little bit more than Justin. This is a real deal. We're not here to, say anything different. Let's be honest. Kevin Champagne's now winning a lot more than Justin. I think Justin's got to kick it up a notch. I still think Justin's a really good driver. Joseph Armstrong hasn't won a lot this year. Okay, used to win consistently in 22. They have a love-hate relationship with him in the chat. I think Joseph Armstrong needs to get back to his winning ways. Here's another one. Chad Thornquist. He would win almost every single stream in 22. And then all of a sudden, Chad Thornquist hasn't won a single race this year. Now, he is testing consistently for USA. And he's got a lot of speed. Chad Thornquist, I honestly think if he's going to win this year, it's going to come from this event. This event right here. Because he clocked 2:07 right away. He was the fastest in first practice. He was up there in practice too. He's got the consistency. He's got the speed. Chad Thornquist has what it takes to find victory lane in the USA. But I'm telling you right now, if he gets his first win this year, and it's off the eTicket event, he becomes the first ever 3-time eTicket event winner. It's going to silence all the haters. And it's going to silence everyone that doubted him. Session is up. Password is IDK. We're joining in now as we get ready to go green for race number 2. 30 laps at the Autodrome out in Italy. But I'm excited. I am really excited for the USA 500. I mean, I've been looking up and down the stat sheet. I'm like, all right, Kevin Champagne, let's talk about him. Has what it takes. Let's be real. He is a driver that knows what he's doing. Matter of fact, let's just go over all the drivers that are already icons. Kevin Champagne. I'm going to type it here in the chat. Kevin Champagne driving the number 5 machine. He has won one e-ticket event, one hot night. Now, some consider that an e-ticket. Some do not consider that an e-ticket because of how the marking was. It's like, no, that was just a really NASCAR Cup Series race. You can debate that, and we're going to have that come to a close at some point at the end of the year. But Kevin Champagne is a driver that you look at and you're like, yeah, he has it. He has the speed. He has the consistency. And this is one of his best car track combos, honestly, in my opinion. He's really good at racing at Michigan. He's really good in the Gen 4. I think he has what it takes to win it as long as he can sit together for 500 miles. That's the big thing, too. It's like, oh, but these guys have won an NR. They've won at Michigan with this car track combo, or they've won in the COT or the Gen 6, but that's a 50-60 lap shootout, 50-60 lap sprint, compared to 250 laps. We're talking 250. It's going to be a long race. We're ending in the sunset. It's going to be 75 degrees in sim when they go green. Can Kevin Champagne hold on to it? Can he stay out of trouble? That's where the questions really start mounting up. I think he has what it takes. I think it's going to be a lot of fun to see what he can do. But you just got to keep that in mind when we go racing. Speaking of, welcome to Monza. Chris Downey's another one. I haven't seen really too much out of Downey. Besides Zenner and I, he's never been in an e-ticket. This is his first running. Chris Downey could, in my opinion, go up there and really show what he's got. Cars on track. 5 minutes left to practice as we get ready to go green. The trading paint's loading in one more time. A lot of these guys coming on in as we get ready to roll. This is race number 2 of the night. This is race number 2 of the Super Speedway Racing, of the Super Speedway Shootout, should we say. Accepting those final drivers that want to go ahead and join in. Diaz, Cobbs, and so many others that want to race this race right here have just been accepted. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go trackside because we are starting qualifying for race number 2. To all those drivers, Reina's on track. Time to go green. Lane Sanders, Byron Matheson. Matheson rolling his way through. Sanders in the Ford. Jason Beckman, Will Shack, lines up. Kenyon, they're at 11th. Now they're doing some serious speed, if that's what you're wondering here. Look at this, 195 in the middle of the corner. The question is, are they chipping? Look at how much movement there is in Josh Kenyon's car. It's up to 200. 201, 202. This is in the Xfinity Series stock car. 203, hand over fist. Trying to keep that car from going around. Schmitty, top of the board, gets that one locked in. Now, once again, in the Super Speedway Shootout, top 12 score points, everyone else, 0. So if you're worried about this car track combo being a wreck fest as a driver, hey, you better keep that car in tow because things might get wild. Schmitty, Bomar, Beckman, Schumacher, Mosteller, top 5. Here comes Schumi in 4th. Looking for his first NO9 America win. How about Donda time as Jason DeDonough, top of the board. I like it, baby. Lines up and loaded. Let's go green. Jason DeDonough ripped top of the board with a 48-14. Unreal. Schumacher, top of the board, a 48-08. Wow. Sometimes as a commentator, I just kind of want to sit here and watch this go down. This is beautiful. Well, if you guys haven't already, make sure you drop a like on tonight's stream and subscribe and notifications on. Ladies and gentlemen, who wants a race 5? I want a race 5. We can only get it if we get 300 likes. Thurston in 13th. Lined up and loaded, Gavin Austin will be inside the top 15. 37 drivers will take the green flag here from the MONZA Oval. And Alexander Schumacher scores his first ever pole in NR Night in America. What a treat tonight is going to be. I mean, we are so excited to watch these guys line it up and race. What a beautiful night. Halloween. And then we get ready to ask you as the fog rolls in at Talladega. Is it fog or no fog? Chevy on Ford. Lane Sanders looking for a second win. It's a 30-lap race. I mean, we talked about MONZA. We usually can't do super long races here because of how tough this combo is. I mean, this will just take the best guys and throw them around like a rag doll. So keep this in mind, man. It's going to be a lot of fun to see what they can and cannot do. But racing here tonight is going to be fantastic. So you just had a great finish at Phoenix. You roll into race 2 at MONZA. Last driver to win on the oval, Michael Gregory. 2-time race winner in NR Night. One for an eTicket event, one at MONZA. Solid outing in his tenure here. And we get ready to go green once more. Now remember, next week we are streaming at 8 Eastern, 7 Central both days. So Tuesday, 8 Eastern, 7 Central, and then Friday for the eTicket, 8 Eastern, 7 Central. We'll keep that stream up. Actually, putting that stream up most likely around noon because we have a trailer with it. So if you're a viewer and you click on the stream early, there's going to be a trailer playing before the start of the stream when it's just in that loading screen. If you've ever been to the stream early, you know where it just sits there and you got the thumbnail. Not anymore. That's going to be changing, so keep that in mind for next week. It's going to be an absolute blast. Max Swearengin and company lined in. Who's excited for the e-ticket, man? I am so excited, ready for it to go down, as we'll get the one to go this time by. Let's go and say those magical words. God, speed, drivers. You are go for throttle up. One of the most dangerous tracks on the sim. 30 laps of thunder. As we get ready to go green. And we're going to put this right now. If you're a driver under pace laps, if you're in the grass, you're at risk of getting kicked. Mainly because it's so easy to wreck at this car track combo. What just happened there with Goff? Before you get started, already issues. Let's get ready to go green. Two by two. Welcome to Monza. Schumacher, Sanders, DAYTONA, and Shaq rolling 2 by 2 as we get ready to take the green flag. And so those drivers did get that warning also from the admin, as they said, if you go ahead and do that, you will be at risk of wrecking other guys. You'll also be at risk of getting kicked for the entire night. It's 37 drivers enter. One will win. Pace car makes that hard left onto pit road, and we get ready to line them up. Just one more time, the historic Autodrome out in Italy. We'll see yet tonight for the second ever time on the oval and the third time overall. So let's light the fuse for Monza. The brace to turn one. Schumacher running away already. Gotta love that last name with this racetrack. DAYTONA in second. Help there from Sanders. And they're already ripping it. 201. Getting well up to 203. Heading to 3 and 4. Schumacher still leading. Sanders in tow. How about little Shaq on the outside trying to make a pass? Now, if any of these guys remember from how it went last time, you don't want to get too bold too early. Schumi leads lap number 1. DAYTONA jumps to the outside, fighting for the lead. Thought better of it, went back single file. Schmidt, hold your breath, wheel to wheel up near the guardrail. Riding home with James Bomar. Man, how are they able to keep it up without wrecking? I have no idea. Very tough to stick with this car. DAYTONA fine back, looking to make the move. Looks to the inside, no gap. Little breathe out of the throttle into turns 3 and 4, but keeps the loud pedal on the rest of the way. Schmitty P4. Watch it out, Will Shaq hasn't been able to make up too much time. See Jason Beckman, matter of fact. Oh, one wrecking way in the rear. Outside the top 30 for the wreck, we stay green, but that's definitely the end of the night of one driver. I believe that could have been Daniel Grove. One sliding to the bottom, wrecking in the rear. The big one. Jaden Reyna's involved. More machines piled up. River Page. Justin Connor. Max Steinmeier. Drew Lepsack, Cooper Nash, and Alexander Balderas. I saw a lot of these guys are being smart. They got out of it right away. They saw what was going on. saw the writing on the wall, and they said, you know what, let's just stay away from the mess. And oh boy, was it a mess. As we see the caution for the first time. Chris Downey finding his way through. James Bomar, Jason Beckman, James Thurston, and Schumi will all lead us back. But Calamity strikes early here from MONZA. Well, made things very interesting. As we'll get ready to try this again. Let's go in and watch a replay. So this is under live speed. So you see Will Shack, first one on the apron, and you saw him lose the rear. Actually, he had nothing to do with it. It starts with Aiden Walker slamming that outside wall. So most of these guys are single file right here. We talk about this big hump heading down into turn one. Walker's already in the wall, and his idea now is just stay up there. Let everyone go around him, or maybe not, because I think he yanks the wheel. He does. He yanks the wheel off the outside wall and just takes everyone else with him. Max Steinmeier, Balderas gets there. What a hit by the 51. Watch that guardrail just shear the entire nose off of it. And with little room to run, most drivers taken out of the Calamity. Yeah, that was all on Walker. I understand you hit the wall. You want to get off it right here. But the speeds you're running and how high that banking is, just stay on the wall. Ride it all the way through. But what a lick by that 51. Just nails that guardrail that was just sticking out. Max Steinmeier really just nowhere to run. Let's ride on board with the driver while it happened. This is Jaden Reyna. You gotta be focused. I mean, that's the big thing. It's so hard to stay focused when so much is going on. I mean, Reyna had no idea what happened. So the caution waves for the first time here from MONZA and already collected a good amount of machines. Now we get ready for the restart. The track position is going to mean a lot, at least early on. There's TCB on the track. I had no idea he was even racing. Baker going for that super speedway shootout win. So Jason Dodonna, Lane Sanders, William Schmidt, you got Schumi, Bomar, and so many others lined up. But pit road still full of notables that are looking to get back on the racing surface. So we're going to give them one more lap really to go back around. And while we got the time, let's go in and talk to the driver. Chat, who would you like to talk to before we see the green flag? I'm going to pick one, then you're going to pick one as well. Let's go and look. Let's talk to Shuey, man. Schumacher is up there, and I think he's got a big shot at winning. Shuey and Sanchani got a copy. See if we can get him one more time. Shuey and Sanchani got a copy.
Hey, what's going on?
Heck yeah. Hey, you were up there leading an NR9. I love it. We've been talking in the past. You know, we got into some Discord calls. We're like, I want to race NR9. You know what I mean? And guess what? You're up here, and you led. You got on pole. How's the car, my man?
It is fast. The car runs hot, but hot is what you need to be fast, and you got to find the rhythm here. You don't have to run the very bottom. Just got to be really careful. Don't want to overdrive the car and get loose. Entering turn one at full speed, you get the left front a bit off the ground, and you could slide up the track. So it's been a really, really great race. I'm just thankful to be up here and have a really fun car. To be able to be up on stream for once, you know, it's just really fun. Thankful for the opportunity.
Well, it is a blast. Get the lights off here, and we're seeing what the chat wants to say. Do you want to say anything to anyone in the chat below? And are you going to call your shot at possibly winning this race? You got 25 laps to do it.
I got them to do everything I can and play it smart. Don't want to make any enemies up here. Just want to make sure we all make it to the end. Only way you're going to win a super speedway race is being there at the end. So,
well, I just got a big update here. Okay, just hearing it now. Some are saying that they're worried about their engine blowing. Are you in that area?
My car runs hot in qualifying until it's fast, so I'm not worried about it.
I like it. I like it. Call your shot, King. Let's go ahead and see what you can do.
Give her everything, man. Thanks for having me.
And we're looking at the chat. Some saying Dodonna. Let's go talk to Jason Dodonna. Donda, it's the John. You're up front. You're hyping me up, my man.
How's it going, man? I appreciate the host for this. I'm really excited about this. Happy Halloween to the viewers, man.
Heck yeah. Hey, listen, people want to see you. You know why? Because they know you can get excited. They know you can go ahead and bring that heat, that energy. Jason DaDonna, is it Donda time?
I think it's Donda time. We'll see what happens. It's an interesting car track combo. I just don't want to wreck the field. I've had a bad run recently and no talent moments. Haven't been on the sim that much, so we'll see if I can bring it home in one piece and hopefully in victory lane.
I want to point this out. Sadly, you're not in the USA 500, but we have a Talladega event coming up. And if we can get the viewers behind you, you're going to have an opportunity to race in that event. Do you believe you deserve to race in the Blizzard? I think it's going to be the Blizzard event. We're not sure what we're going to call it yet. It's going to be a Christmas event at Talladega. Do you believe you have a shot at winning that as well?
I mean, I would think so. I would like to think that I'm a pretty solid super speedway driver, so I wouldn't bet against me.
Let's ride, baby. Good luck.
On the time.
Pace car pulling in, this time by 2 by 2. They line them back up. Drivers worried about overheating. Drivers worried about tempers flaring at MONZA. 24 to do it. We're back on the way. DaDonna leading to turn 1. Got Sanders on that outside like a Schmidt on the bottom, doing everything he can to close that gap. Wheel to wheel, most of them get it separated back single file. This is a perfect view to see what's going on. A lot of these guys are going to stay in that train. They know it's tough to go wheel to wheel. That's where the wrecks happen. But what can you do to make up time? Schumacher to the inside. Schumacher to second. On the flat. Hand over fist. Trying to make it work down off turn number 4. DaDonna, should we say, leading this race. Schmidt there in second. Talk about overheating and worrying about that car getting way too hot. How do you cool it down? 1 on the apron. To the rear, does he save it? He does not, into the outside wall. The 92. Daniel Giroux. Geiger, we believe. We'll bring the caution out for the second time. I just couldn't hold this car together. We're going to go ahead and watch the replay right away, 3 wide. We just talked about 30 seconds ago, man. You're in that wall, it's almost like it's killer. One of the new drivers Saturday night. And quickly figures out how tough it is to drive this track. Let's watch on board. Now, he didn't need to get that aggressive. He still got 23 laps to go. You know, it's not like Talladega or Daytona where you can force 3 wide. It's going to be mostly single file, and you're going to make it up time off mistakes, but mistakes are going to be very common in this race. See James Matheson just all junked up from it. See a lot of these guys making mistakes consistently in this race. See Demos up there trying to avoid the wreck. Big hump into turn 1. Takes another driver with him. Man. Matheson. Nowhere to roll. And all you got to do is finish inside the top 12. That's what it comes down to. For a lot of these guys that know they have a points championship on the line, they're thinking, hey, let's just sit in the back and let these guys tear their equipment up. Once they do that, then we can get a top 12. We can breathe a sigh of relief and then look forward to next week for the championship where we have race 3 and race 4. So keep that in mind. Schmitty there in second, Sanders there in third, Schumacher there in fourth, Beaumont, Downey, Byram, Thurston, Cole, and Austin up inside the top 10. It's going to be a fun way to end this championship battle, end this series. The Super Speedway Shootout, well loved by viewers, well loved by drivers as well. But man, is it tough to go ahead and stay focused during it. We still got a lot of guys racing. That's the big thing. A lot of them are kind of just puttering around like Frank DeAngelis towards the rear. As a matter of fact, we got the time. Let's go talk to Frank and hear what he's got to say. DeAngelis down on pit road with a couple of guys. And he's going to be one of those drivers that know that his strategy that usually works or usually doesn't work on the other super speedways could very easily work right now. He likes to ride around and then get up there when it matters most, but it never works anywhere else, but it could work here. Frank, it's a John. You got a copy?
Yeah, what's up?
Yeah, you can hear me talking a little bit of that, you know what, about your motives of caution, 1 to go, pit. You're doing that right now because you know top 12 is points, right? And you know a lot of these guys are struggling with this car track combo. How are you feeling out there?
I'm feeling great. I discovered about midway through Phoenix, I have an apparent ear infection, so I took like 4 Advil, so it's kicking in.
Oh no.
I'm just, me and Demos,
How'd you
and
get an ear
Swaggy.
infection?
I have no idea. My whole family like got sick like a week ago, and it's just hitting me.
Ew. No, I'm just kidding. Okay. I just wanted a clippable moment there. But I hope you guys do get a quick recovery. But right now, you're back towards the rear end of this field. How do you go up there and you get some points?
Well, I'm 17th, like only like 150 on the restart lap every restart. So I just gotta keep on clawing my really hard-earned positions there.
Wow. We're looking forward to see you possibly inside the top 12 at some point because you're not even close to the main back on the restart, so good luck out there.
Thank you.
Let's get ready for the restart, going back 2 by 2. Next time by, should we say, they'll be going back 2 by 2. They did not pull the caution out, so we'll have 19 laps to go. When we get this restart, it'll be DAYTONA and Schmidt lined up, ready for the restart. Let's go see who else we can talk to before we get back rolling. Be interesting to see. Throttle was involved in the crash. Let's go talk to Throttle. Balderas, this is John. You got a copy?
What's up, John?
You got involved in that wreck and ending your night. We talked about the super speedway shootout. You have had speed in the past trying to get it done, and you're just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Walk me through it.
Well, it was unfortunate what happened was because I felt like once everyone else died because they can't handle the combo, I thought, you know, we might have an opportunity to get through it. But Max Steinmeier needs to learn what the second pedal is in his motor vehicle because if I remember correctly, I saw him launching over my rear end, even though I had slowed down to this wreck. So the awareness of other drivers, if they want to even come close to scoring points or win, definitely needs to be raised.
Wow. We got Talladega after this. That's not a super speedway shootout race, but next week, Tuesday, we have the super speedway stream where we'll end the tournament in race 1 and race 2. You think you got a shot at finally getting a tournament win? I think you scored points in the first race, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think, you know, we may have a chance, so, you know what? Yeah, I think I might have a shot. I'm just, right now, I'm managing my motor so it doesn't blow.
Oh, so you're still in the race?
Yeah, I got 8 minutes 30 of optional, but we're still going to keep going.
Hey, the top 12 is points, baby. That's all it counts with.
Oh, yeah, we're 20th right now. We got a shot.
Hey, listen, you get a big restart right here. Good luck out there.
All right, thanks, John.
Locked and loaded, 2 by 2. Let's get ready to try it again. From MONZA, Schmitty, DAYTONA, Sanders, and Schumacher. They will have 19 laps to see if they can find victory lane. Pace car hard left on the pit road. You see the drivers way in the rear, purposely staying back in case something goes wrong. DAYTONA, Sanders, and Schmidt back underway. Schmitty stuck on that outside lane. Up near the guardrail, turning lane, Sanders in the wall. Schmidt's in the air. The big one, part 2 at MONZA. That was all in lane, I think. There was nowhere for Schmidt to go. Unbelievable. And your championship contender of the 79 might be out of this one. There's Lane Sanders. have 19 laps to decide it. Schumacher will hold on to this lead. And I think that will be it as the crowd roars. He's done. I think that's full throttle for him. There's no way he's going to score points now. Look at Balderas, all that damage, all that white on the left front. Brings it back to pit road. It's going to be a battle of the last man standing. It's Halloween. It's scary. We asked everyone for these scary car track combos. This, without a doubt, is one of them. Let's watch back and see what happened. Sanders on the bottom, Schmidt on that outside, and some may say, okay, it's etiquette, just stay. Man, there was just nowhere to go. Gavin Austin involved in this one, Chris Downey. And I'm so excited to see what Downey can do for the USA 500. I think he hasn't been able to show his talent level yet at NR Night. I think he's got a lot of skill, a lot of great things going his way. Riker Byram and the Wawa machine all junked out. But man, what another crash. Let's watch it and slow it down. So this is heading down into turns 1 and 2. You see Lane creeping up. You see Schmidt already back to that outside. And I think Lane wants to commit here. Or does Schmidt come down? I mean, it's really tough. Oh, I hate to blame it on netcode. But that's exactly what it was. Netcode wipes him out to the high banks of 1 and 2. Jason Beckman. Look at all that damage. And I will say the new damage model is really nice on iRacing with the Xfinity cars, but man, it just took out too many guys. Chris Downey. I'm so excited to see what Downey can do, man. I'm telling you. Keep an eye on Chris Downey, at least for the USA 500. He's going to be up there. I am, without a doubt, excited to see what he can do. Push came to shove. And there was nowhere to go for some. Caution is out once again here at the Monza Oval as we get ready to go back racing. Pit road still open with 17 to go. We'll get the 1 to go this time by. But man, this has gotten interesting. So, you're looking at a possible underdog winner coming to the end of this race. Baker, McKinney, up inside that top 10. Remember, you just need to be in the top 12 to score points. Frank DeAngelis in 7th. I mean, if there was a strategy that was going to work the way he does it, it's this one. And he's up there, ready to go green. Talladega right after this. Excited to see what that goes on for race number 3. As we'll most definitely get the 1 to go this time by. Chevy on Chevy will be Ford on Ford. It'll be Beck and Nash back there in row number 2. As we will get ready for the green flag. Jason Dodonna. An opportunity to finally win once again in NR Night in America. The 1 to go. William Schmidt back on the track. Remember race 3 of the Super Speedway Shootout. That don't quit mentality. If he scores just 12, that's 1 point. We've seen already that can make the difference between first and second in a title. Monza, oh, this is the race that's going to shake things up. Just like race 3 of the first season, it shook up the entire point structure. It's going to do it here as well. And the way things are looking, I think we're going to probably end tonight with, I want to say, well over 20 guys with a legit shot at winning the title. If it ends the way it's looking now. That's the big thing. And you get 300 likes tonight, ladies and gentlemen. You get race 5, you the viewer gets the vote. And Halloween doesn't end. It continues well into the night. So 16 coming to 15 to go this time by. as we get ready to go green. TCB still racing. Let's go green, ladies and gentlemen. 2x2. Pace car making that hard lap back onto pit road. Will it come back out? Who knows? But with 15 laps to go in this herd, already shrunken down to the size it is, who knows what's next on the table? Joey back, Cooper Nash, Bomar and Rowe. Top 6, 15 to go. Schumi in second, lined up with back. Talked about Joey. Still looking for his first win. That top 3 breakaway is big. They can stay single file like this. They can be able to complete multiple laps. Cooper Nash there in 4th. A lot of swaying. A lot of shuffling. Trying to keep the car at bay. When do you make your move in your Schumacher? That last name's got a lot of history at this racetrack. But having to beat Jason DAYTONA, man, that's going to be tough. Lined up, single file, top 6. Sean Rowe at the end of it. Schumacher shoving DAYTONA. 14 laps to go. Looking to the bottom. Can't really go wheel to wheel in the corners. You have to make it work on the straights. Crowd on their feet. Wanting to see that 68 go to victory lane. Could basically be a home race for him at this point. Schumi looking top, no deuce. Schumi looking at the bottom. Now an opportunity, wheel to wheel. Where's the run? 7 back, 6 back. Schumacher, DAYTONA, wheel to wheel. 13 laps to go. Backman, oh, should we say Joey back? Saves it on the apron. We stay green. And Nash is there in 3rd, one of the Fords. Alexander Schumacher, top of the board from MONZA. Now, can he hold it? It's going to be his first win in NR. It's going to be right here. What a sight it would be. Very few drivers can say they've won on the oval, let alone only one other driver can say that. 3 times we've raced here in MONZA. James Thurston won on the road course with the Next Gen. The Next Gen oval race. Won by Mikey. Mikey G got it done. Now Schumacher. Looking to be just 1 of 3 drivers to get it done. Here comes DAYTONA. He's got a great drive coming off corner exit. Dips inside, no deuce. Looks outside, no way to go. 12 laps to go. And James Bomar has found his way into 3rd. Bomar 1 win in NR, came from Rockingham. Here in the trucks. Schumacher pulling away. 22 the difference. 11 to go, this time by. DAYTONA looks to the inside. Couldn't get him there. Lap machine out in front of him. This is him in the draft. 201, 202, 204. He's pushing those 9,000 RPMs. You cannot let that thing blow up on you. Old style track. Remember back in the day, they had to focus on not over revving it. Same deal here. 10 to go from Monza this time by. Gavin Austin up to 11th. Schmidt into 12th. Schmidt needing that 1 point. Mosteller 7th. Nash in 4th. Jason DeDonough into that 2nd position. When do you make the move? And the speeds are so high, you can just see how quick they're running. Balderas on the outside limping, just trying to get back. DeDonough in 2nd there to the back end of Schumi. Struggling to hold on to the car. Up the progressive banking. 9 laps to go from Monza. Bomar's closed that gap in as well. Keep that in mind. What's gonna work? To 1 and 2. Schumi on the flat. Downstairs, should we say, holding on to the banking. 18 the difference. See DeDonough still trying to close that gap in. Tire wear, it's gonna mean something very old to brace the surface. Closes down to 11, down to a 10. Thinking of waiting maybe to the last moment. 11 versus 24 versus 68. Nose to tail. Bomar's there. Nash is there. Nash is in the wall. DeDonough's got that speed to really make up that ground. 9 to go. 8 to go for Monza. To 1 and 2. Ryan Cole, career best finish. If he can hold on to it, that'll be a top 5. TCB battles back the 6. DeAngelis is now up inside that top 12. That's the battle for the last point. Schmidt falls back to 14th. Now he won't score a point if the race ends the way it does. Remember, Schmidt just won the Super Speedway Shootout for season 1. He's looking to go back-to-back, but Schumacher is pulling away. Not anymore. Down off corner exit DeDonough to a 16, to a 12, to an 11. 7 to go from the oval. Rowan 8th. Now, this is the point where you start thinking, okay, we may not get another caution. This is the green flag run to the end. Looks to the bottom. Schumi defends. DeDonough trying it again. Oh man, it's gonna be so tough, but you gotta be so smart. No stream this Friday. Calling the All-American Weekend at the Nashville Fairgrounds Speedway. Calling races Friday, Saturday, and calling the All-American 400 over the radio and PA this Sunday. This will be the only stream of the week until next Tuesday for the Super Speedway stream, and then the USA 500 right after that. 6 to go. $15 the difference. 12 the difference. Looks to the inside. He wants it bad. You can see DeDonough want to get right up there with him. Nash in 3rd. Bomar. Back to 4th. Nose to tail. 8 the difference between the top 2. Here comes DeDonough on the outside lane. Jason DeDonough, top of the board. Gets him. And what does that mean for Schumacher? One of the toughest super speedways in the world. TCB clipping the grass. Baker up the 5th. Finds his way around Demos. Nice and easy. Here comes Schumacher to the rear. Looks top. Wheel to wheel wants to get it to the outside of DeDonough. Alexander Schumacher, top of the board from Monza. Now it's a fight. And now it's a duel. Schumi takes it back. You get Donna, all this pushing and shoving. You got Cooper Nash right behind him. Swing, shuffling, trying to find an advantage to 3 and 4. Nash sideways on the flat, loses the spot to Bomar. TCB contact with the 88. Holds on, this is the fight for the lead, 3 to go. Daytona on the grass. Completes the pass, no he doesn't! Schumacher holds it wheel to wheel! Oh man. And here comes Bomar. Stalking the prey. To the inside of Schumi. Trying to get a wheel to wheel. Has to back out of it, has to focus on 3 and 4 tire wear. Got a big situation. Bomar on the flat. Bomar in the outside wall, he's in trouble. This may come down between the top 2. Schumacher versus Daytona. 2 to go from MONZA. The field is spread out. Schumi looking for a way around Daytona. Mirror driving. I said it once in the past and I'll say it again. He may get turned for mirror driving, but he's gonna mirror drive. Schumacher looking at the bottom. Wants the opportunity. All take, no give. This is gonna be the finish. Schumi to the outside. Bomar has Baker. Sablanka, 1 to go from MONZA. Schumacher top side gets it blocked. That 24 is gonna make it wide. Bomar to the flat, shuts the door on Baker. Schumi in tow. He's gotta worry about that 20 machine getting a drive. It's gonna happen at some point. Look at all the swing. Downstairs to block, Bomar, side by side, push, shove, Schumacher into the forest. Here comes Bomar to the outside. It's his last ditch effort right here. Jason Daytona, mirror driving back to the line. Bomar at the bottom, can't get over the bottom side, to the outside now. 3 wide of the line. James Bomar, no! Jason Daytona, victorious from MONZA. Unbelievable. And Alexander Schumacher will not win this race. Jason Daytona, victorious. I love Halloween. And he will compete for a championship in the Super Speedway Shootout. What a finish. Unbelievable. Jason Daytona is going to burn it down. If you enjoyed the racing, feel free to subscribe. Notifications on. Drop a like. 300 likes. Race number 5. You, the viewers, vote on it. It's looking very possible. Daytona is back, ladies and gentlemen. And he is burning it down. What a win by that 24. Let's go watch back on what we saw. Unreal. This is the final lap. I mean, Shuey went in the forest, man. Wow. Try to block them all. And head first into the forest, flipping violently. Unreal. Did he finish? Outside the top 12, he did. He got 14th. Alexander Schumacher 14th. TCB 13th. No points for him. William Schmidt got it done. Let's go talk to your race winner. Schmitty, 1 point. Gavin Austin, 11th. McKinney, 10th. DeAngelis, 9th. Shamela, Cole, Rowe, 6 on back. Cooper, 5th. Beck, Mosteller, Bomar, and Daytona. We're up inside that top 5. I mean, he went flipping. Poor Shuey. Daytona to Johnny, got a copy.
Yeah, I got a copy loud and clear,
Hey,
man.
you can say it now. Say the line, Daytona.
It's Donda time.
And you went to victory lane. Walk me through those final laps.
Yeah, I mean, it was a wild race to get there. I mean, it was pretty wild on the back, so I was trying to hold my track position. I didn't want to make the mistake of pitting and playing it safe. That usually doesn't pan out well for me. So, held track position at the end. Everybody raced me pretty cleanly. I had a great race with Schumacher. It's a shame that he couldn't, finish it, where he wanted to. But everybody ran me clean. It was a good race. Just had to keep it together and not wreck the field. That was about it.
Well, TCB has now become the first driver to clear the turn 1 wall and hit the forest, as well as Schumacher joining him. Wow. The speed. How could you stay focused for that long, man? This has got to be one of the hardest car track combos ever.
Yeah, it was. I definitely had to lock in. It was
lock in. I like that. You locked in.
Yeah, it was not something to be taken lightly. You kind of get in like a little bit of a flow state sometimes. Like, it's something that I've had since I was in karting as a little kid up into legend cars now. You just kind of get in a state sometimes. You're just kind of in your own world focus. You just got to lock in, not make mistakes.
Yeah, that's what it really came down to. Now, you started training the lead with him. Was there worries about engine heat eating up or what? What was going on?
Absolutely. So when he took the lead from me, a lot of times I was just trying to chill and ride it out, because once again, my worst fear above anything else was no talenting and wrecking the field, right? So I was trying to run it safe, and then I kept trying to go for passes, but every time I'd, get like a third of the way down the straight, even though I wasn't chipping off the limiter, I would still get oil temp hot. So I was trying to, get it in the clean air and get some air on my nose, but he was blocking me. It was a good race ran by him, so there was a lot of strategy involved. Definitely, I guess I played my cards right, and above all else, had bigger balls to go around the outside in the grass. I don't know if you picked that up, but I was pretty proud of that.
Wow. I think it has been fantastic to see what you've been able to do. You're here. Let's go talk about the points, because it's going to be interesting. You ready for me to read it out for you?
Sure.
Jason Daytona, you are 4 points back to Daniel Mosteller for the Super Speedway Shootout Season 2 Championship. Most 19 points, you 15 points. You are tied with James Thurston at 1 win apiece. Gavin Austin, 4th in points. He has also got 14 points. Bomar is 5th. Walker is 6th. I'm looking at it right now. 15 points is the max you can earn. I am looking at there, yes, about, I want to say, every driver that has scored points tonight has got a shot at a championship fight. Schmidt, 1 point to his name. Doesn't look likely that he will repeat, but needs to win out for race number 3 and finish well in race number 4, or do vice versa. So it's going to be interesting. It's all about who can stop Demos now. Hey, next Tuesday, we're starting at 8 Eastern, 7 Central for Tuesday, next week. Maybe because it's only going to be possibly 2 races, as TCB sends me a really nice message about Schumacher. And my question to you, do you think you can compete for a title?
I mean,
The tournaments
I
are
don't wanna
race 1 and 2.
Well, I don't want to count my chickens before they hatch, but I mean, I'm really unlucky when it comes to this stuff. So
I don't know about that. You just won this race. It wasn't off of luck, though. I mean, clearly it was all driver skill.
Well, yeah, I'm proud of that. See, that's the thing, because there was like my first win. You know, I was proud. Darlington's my home track. I loved it. But you know, there were some questions about. I'll be honest. I did kind of walk into it. You know, I was glad I was able to lead the most laps and get it done here. But as far as the championship goes, I mean, as long as I can run clean races and hopefully, you know, just play my cards right like I did here, I think this race was a good learning experience. So as long as I can stay out of trouble and keep my nose clean, I'd like to be able to get a shot at the title.
Next Gen Talladega, it's a night race. They're putting the fog in. Usually it's never foggy in NR night. We haven't had a fog race in a really long time. How do you feel about that?
I mean, I think it'll be interesting getting in the, you know, a little bit of the spooky Halloween spirit. I'm excited for it. Hopefully I can take my number 16 Ferrari to a win back-to-back in the same night.
A Ferrari?
We'll see what happens. Yeah, I'm busting out the Ferrari Camaro again.
Ooh,
so,
that's interesting.
Yeah. A little bit of a rebrand from the yellow 24, but hopefully it'll help me keep it going fast.
You don't race often in NR night, but when you do, they love to see you in here. DAYTONA, so glad for you to finally find victory lane once again.
I appreciate you hosting these. People don't give you enough credit for this. You do a good job putting this all together. It's very organized. I love it, man.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Have a good one.
Jason DAYTONA, well-respected human being, as race 1 and 2 now come to a close. What do you guys think? I thought it was fantastic. Honestly, I'm going to be real. I thought it was really cool. Matter of fact, I'm saving the replay because we're going to have to use that as a background loop at some point. What a race it was as it comes to a close. Now we're going to Talladega. Who's excited for Talladega? Now, here's another thing. I'm going to start another vote. Drivers came to me. They said the problem with Talladega and Daytona for hosted when you do race 3 and race 4, they're prone to more crashes. And admins do their best to kick people. What if we make the max tonight 50 drivers for Talladega to see again if it worked? Because apparently it did work well with Daytona. And when we did it with Daytona, like for instance, 62 can enter, but only 50 can race. I'd say only like that's a small number. That's a lot. That's a big number. But at the same time, with there being such big wrecks, they still want about 30 guys going for the win at the end of the day. So I said, you know what, we're going to think about it, and I'll let you all vote. First, I want to see what you guys think, yes or no, and why, and then we'll start the voting. Just get Sap to go ahead and overrule that. But it's going to be interesting. Going to be interesting indeed. So we're going to do qualifying, and then the vote will go on during qualifying. We'll say 40 drivers make it, 45 drivers make it, or 50 drivers make it. No, we'll go 40, 43, or 50. We'll do it exactly like that. I know some of you guys like that old school 43, and we will be doing 43 for the USA 500. 10 drivers will automatically be bumped from that race. So Talladega going on with the setup as we get ready to go green once again in NR Night in America. It's been an absolute blast to see how things have gone down as we get ready to go green once more. I'm still looking for that Talladega setup. I don't know why it's gone invisible for me, but it will pop up at some point when I do find it. There it is. So we'll be ready to rock and roll, and I'm going to make sure we put the lighting to the best time possible. You know, that's what I'm going for. I don't want it to be too dark. You know, that's the big thing too. It's supposed to be spooky. It's supposed to be scary. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. This is supposed to be the, I guess you could say almost like a flagship race of the night. A lot we're looking forward to this before the figure 8. Oh my gosh. We're doing our first figure 8 and our Night in America race after this. I cannot believe it. Cannot believe that we are doing that. That is unbelievable. You guys somehow convinced me to do it, but we are making sure it is legit. Like, we're not trying to have this be a clown show, and I will be explaining before it goes up here on the live stream what the rules are about it and everything in between. So it's gonna be a blast, man. Already working 9:30 there on the East Coast, NR Night in America, feeling victories all year long. It'll be 8:30 local time at Talladega, which means it's the perfect time to make this a night race. So let's go ahead and do it. Dynamic sky off. So this is how we do a night race, ladies and gentlemen. We put the dynamic sky off and we put it right at the stroke of sunset. So it says 4:46 is sunset, right? So we're gonna go about 5 o'clock race time, something like that. It's going to be really close. I'm really worried about the way it looks in stream. So then, how do we go ahead and get the fog to work, right? Who knows anything about science? Well, you got to put the humidity up. And the humidity is going to go to... We can have heavy fog, but you can't see in heavy fog. I don't like that. We're going to go light fog. We're going to go 24%. No, we'll go dense fog. Dense fog, just enough, 100% humidity. Oh, I don't know. I think that's too much. Let's go 15% light fog. Let's go light fog, because we need to be able to see the cars, you know? We got to see the cars out there. If we can't see the cars, then what am I calling? It's going to be tough for me to call. It's going to be like Pocono back in 2016. So we're going to go light fog. And that is how this is going to roll. Once again, NR Night in America, feeling victories all year long. Next Gen Talladega session is up. Password is IDK. So it's over 50% humidity. I want to point that out, which is light fog, if you didn't already know. So I'm excited. This should be a blast. But the figure eight's going to be street stocks. I would love to have actually done the modifieds, but we're not there yet. I mean, I'm calling a figure eight race. It took a lot to convince me on a figure eight race. And the only thing that really convinced me was the fact that someone that watches figure eight racing in person said, hey, listen, I understand that figure eight racing gets a bad rap, but let's go ahead and show you what a figure eight race really looks like when you have professionals out there and doing everything they could. So that's how we're doing it. We're going to make this a true figure eight race where these guys are taking their time and racing hard. I'm excited for it. It should be fun. This has been an interesting 4 races. And that's the big thing, too. We've had a lot of these guys looking forward to tonight. I'm excited for it. It's been unreal. Yes, that is the great music you hear. And next week, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back at 8 Eastern, 7 Central to finish off the 2nd season of the Super Speedway Shootout, the USA 500. Let's go ahead and talk about some more USA 500 drivers. So I got the chance about Jacob Wilkerson in the 43. Wilkerson is someone that you got to keep an eye out for. He's never won an eTicket. He's won an NR. He's a PBR driver. And I'm excited to see what Jacob Wilkerson can go ahead and do, man. He is going to be a lot of fun to go ahead and watch. How about James Thurston? I mean, let's be real. James Thurston, in my opinion, has the best odds, most likely the best odds of winning the USA 500. Him, Tamer, Demos, TC, I don't know, man. I don't know about Baker. I love to see Baker. Chad Thurnquist say he's going to be a big one as long as you keep that car straight. Tough car track combos, man. This is Thurston's wheel well. But you know what no one talks about anymore? You know who nobody talks about at all anymore in NR Night? At least the viewers don't talk about him much. Who wants to take a wild guess who that is? Who is a driver no one talks about, but he has won a ton of times, right? He's won, matter of fact, multiple times in NR Night in America. Braden Movick is back. Movick is back for the USA 500. That's next week, next Friday. He is back in that 42. And he seems a little disrespected. It's like, what happened? Everyone feels like they just forgot about me. You know what I mean? I just went to college for a couple months. You know, I'm coming in and out. I'm doing more NR nights. You know, including in a couple of months. He said after November, he's back consistently again. So what's going on? I said, well, this new guy's driving that 42. They're running up front. Mr. Linney. Mr. Linney shows speed in NR Night, and he drives that 42. And a lot of viewers start rooting for Linney. He's like, no, I'm coming back. I'm driving that 42, and I'm going for my second e-ticket win. Can you believe that? Braden Movick won e-ticket event 1, the Florida 500, very early into NR Night in America. And he's going to get his second here. And what's great about e-tickets, you look forward to it. You're like, man, who's going to win this? Who's got the best shot at winning this event? You know? And let's look at all the drivers that have won e-tickets. Frank Corley driving the number 2 machine. That's Bean. His nickname is Bean. He's driving the number 2. He won the first ever e-ticket event, the Dynaco 400. Let's give you a quick history of e-ticket events as we're loading into the session. Horley won the first one. Who won the second e-ticket event? Give you some time to figure that one out. David Bell dropping the $2 super chat saying another great race it was. David, thank you so much for that. Braden Lovick won the second ever e-ticket. You know, he was 9 laps down at one point during that race, and the way we had the rules and how the cautions laid out, you get as many laps back as you wanted, yellow. And he did. Now the e-tickets don't work that way anymore. That will probably never happen again, because now it's lucky dog and wave around. So Braden Lovick comes back, the third driver to win an e-ticket event. Now we don't have his icon there, but the number 21, Mason Moriarty, is back in NR Night in America. The viewers love to see him back. The drivers happy to have him back. And he won the third ever e-ticket event in NR Night in America, the first ever NWP 400. Now, we had a long stoppage of e-tickets from August to December. We were going to have a National Fairgrounds e-tickets. I love that track. And it was some serious foreshadowing, because I had no connection with the fairgrounds at all when we were considering doing the first ever e-ticket. So, all of a sudden, right, we're realizing, what are we going to do? How about the World 600? TCB wins his first ever e-ticket event. 4 e-tickets, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 different winners. 5th e-ticket event. Oh man, this looks scary. This looks really, really scary. Wow. Man. Oh boy. I just saw the lighting at Talladega. I ain't too sure about this one, man. This is tough to look at. This is really bad. Man, you aren't lying, man. This is dense. Turn the contrast up, man. I'm trying to figure out a way so we can see. Maybe I should turn the contrast down. I'm not sure. Wow. All right. Hey. Talladega, 40 laps. It looks serious. Show you all in a moment when we go trackside. But unbelievable. The way this thing looks, it looks pretty cool. It looks scary. I will say, it does fit the theme. And so we will advance the session and we will start the voting. And then all of a sudden, let's go through it. 5th winner, Mikey G. Won an e-ticket event. And we'll continue the talkage in a moment. So let's go ahead and talk about how many make the race. So over 60 are going to attempt to qualify. And we're going to try to spread it out as much as we can. Wow, this is unreal. How about overlays? How about the fact that we're going to have brand new overlays for the USA 500, ladies and gentlemen? Which I am very excited for. I think it's going to look absolutely fantastic. You all are going to love it. Once again, November 10th at 8 Eastern, 7 Central. I'm really worried if we can even get these camera angles correct, man. It's cool. It does look cool, I will say. Wow. Amazing. You guys asked for fog? Well, you got it, and it looks pretty cool. Fog race at Talladega. Justin Champagne. Miles Davis. Josh Kenyon. Talladega night fog race. Wow. This is cool, I will say. And once again, this is mainly because it's Halloween. We're fitting the theme. I think we did a great job on the theme. The only thing we probably could have done differently is change the overlays to orange and get a new banner. We'll consider that next time for Halloween if Halloween falls on a stream day again. But wow, this is unreal. Yeah, you can see. It's just very tough. And we will continue that marketing. If you guys want to go ahead and help us out on Twitter, gonna go ahead and tweet out. As drivers continue, how about Dale Tanhart? This is awesome. I'm just really enjoying this, man. I think it's really cool. Top side, 81, Dale Earnhardt. And we just put the tweets on. If you guys don't mind, go on and retweet that. Help us out. That's what the fog looks like on my side. And it looks pretty stinking cool. Earnhardt to the outside lane. Ross Corlett ready to rock and roll. 40 laps at Talladega. What a night it's been. More drivers getting their laps in, and we will keep up to date on who is who. There's Joseph Armstrong. Let's go green. Armstrong rolling his way through. Jason Beckman. And a quick marketing moment so we can go ahead and get things rolling. And it looks like it's going to be 50 cars when it comes to an end. Yes. 50 drivers will take the green flag. And who's on the outside looking in? Robin Rawling. Earnhardt in just barely. And now he's out, 51st. Oh, Dale didn't make the show. Dale, 52nd. Unless you guys want a driver vote. Let's have a fan vote. Let's have a fan vote. Don't leave yet. Let's have a fan vote. Tell everyone to hold. We're gonna have a fan vote. Do you guys want a fan vote for the 51st driver, Mr. Irrelevant? It's up to you. Let's ask them in the chat. Or should we just allow 60 at this point? You know, let's hold. Tell them all to wait. Hold on. We're gonna tell them all to wait. You'll get the final vote here. There's 60 drivers, so you get the vote. 50 or 60 drivers race in this race. We'll see. Because we got 60 guys waiting here, and a lot have been looking forward to the Talladega race. So I would hate to keep guys hanging. You know, that's the big thing. At least this late and how big of a deal it is for so many of these guys. What a night it has been. They're saying 60, Swag. I think that's 60 guys we got to account for, which means we're going to have one extra pace lap so we can keep everyone in mind on who is who and where. I'm hearing let them all race. There's a lot of it. This will mean it's the highest field for an NR Night in America race ever if we do 60. We're making sure it is all good. It's official. A 60-car race in the fog at Talladega. It's Halloween. And everyone said to me in the Discord, they're like, we need a spooky night. We need a spooky stream. I don't know what's scarier than Talladega night fog with 60 drivers. but here we go as we get ready to go green. Dan Hart approves. Texting me saying that this should be insane. It should be insane. It should be exciting. So, ladies and gentlemen, you're watching the highest car count for an NR Night in America race ever. Now, usually we get 60 guys to qualify, race in and race out, right? And then we bump them down to 40 because bump day's a lot of fun. But with it being Talladega, with it being this hostile, let it just roll. And yes, we are allowing it. Miles Davis, Lane Sanders, James Yusa, so many others, so many guys way back in the rear. Next time by, we will get the one to go. So many wanted to watch. This is what the drivers see. This is what they see out of their front windshield. It's hard to see out there. William Schmidt. Like, where do you run? This is unbelievable. Halloween night. And NR night to remember. And for these drivers, it's about to get dicey. Now, we will be heavy on penalties for drivers making mistakes, so keep that in mind as we will get the one to go this time by. So we got it all lined in. 60 drivers will work as Joseph Armstrong works his way onto pit road. And we get ready to go green. That's going to be tough seeing them come back to the line. That's part of the fun. You know, that's part of it. A new challenge for all these drivers. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the one to go. Let's say those magical words. God, speed, drivers. You are go for throttle up. Let's roll. The Jackson car, hold on, Josh Kenyon and 58 other drivers. Now for the USA 500, it will be 43 guys taking the green flag. But tonight on Halloween, a new twist. 60 drivers strong, line up 2 by 2, where things will get wild. Under the dusk, as the night is setting, let's go green. Thurston in the Busch car. Chevy versus Toyota. Let's go green. And I want to point this out, this will be taken seriously. It's not just a gimmick, it is going to be an NR Night in America race. So the hype will stay right here with you. Penalties will be awarded to drivers that can't race safe. It's Halloween, it's spooky season here in Talladega. And we talked about the Indian Burial Ground before at this track. Let's see what's next to come as we roll the dice and light the fuse from Sweet Home, Alabama. Kenyon on the outside, 2 by 2 to the high banks. Shoved there by the 4. We got the one machine, Max Swearengin, trying to make up time. Up on that outside lane, not a lot of place to run. Actually, Max on the bottom, 3 wide. They're in that 15 machine. Here comes TCB to the outside lane, blocked by the 24. Drew Lemsack nearly shunted him in the wall. They're already 4 wide. A lot of these guys have dropped way back. Riker Byram in the middle. Lined up and loaded. Thurston in second. Kenyon, your race leader, will lead lap number 1. These guys have already split up into multiple groups of cars. Now we're only throwing cautions for wrecks up front. Wrecks in the back don't mean anything. We stayed green throughout this entire run. 3 wide, they work it out 7 or 8 rows deep. Carr, Baker, Demos, Most in the middle, in the 1 machine. Karosik up to 3rd. James Thurston to the inside, 3 wide. Demos trying everything he can. You can see no cars in front of him. Justin Champagne right behind. We talked about Champagne being a driver that's willing to do bold things when it matters the most. Carr to the outside. Karosik right in tow. Shoving that 54. Jackson Carr will lead this lap. Around they go in the rear. Multiple machines involved. The caution waves for the first time. And with there being 60 cars, it's almost impossible to get a full render on all of them. Checking to make sure the PC isn't overheating, and no, that is not a joke. Because this is something that can really destroy it. But when push came to shove, the caution waves for the first time. Well, there's on the bottom. Schmitty. Others finding their way through. Let's go see what happened. That's early start when Baker got sideways. I think he made contact there with that 22 machine. We talked about we're going to be giving out penalties left and right. Not on him, all in that 22. Because so many drivers, I mean, they get excited, man. 60-car field, night race, fog. They think it's cool, you know, and everyone thinks it's cool, and that's great. But the big thing is we're here for racing. And Mason Moriarty, the first one to strike. The first one to most likely get that penalty. Watch it again. So he's on that outside lane. He's coming down. Baker has the idea of coming up, but the 25 commits to hold it on. And brings him right around. Wow. So the caution waves for the first time you see it. James Thurston, somewhat involved. It's more about spins than guys really wrecking. So they should all keep it good to go. And May will only get a drive-through penalty because no one truly wrecked. But it did send a lot of guys spinning to the inside into turn 1. So lap 4 out of 40. Caution is out. First time tonight here at Talladega. Which means we will be ready for a restart. Karosik, Lima, Carr, Marcel. You know, if we were smart, we would have made this race 1. I don't know why I didn't make this race 1. Honestly, thinking about it, it should have been. Maybe because we have a super speedway stream coming up here shortly. Pit road is wide open. We'll get the 1 to go right away. And with there being 60 cars, there's going to be no short of action up front. So if you come to pit road, it is a risk. You know, you're going to be shuffled out. That's another strategy point that we're throwing in here for a lot of these guys. You can come on in, but get ready because we're going right away green. We don't want all 60 guys waiting around too long. And this is one of the chances you get at staying out. Lima, Carr, Karosik, Mosteller, Smith, up inside that top 5. Bomar, Eckert, Champagne, and Cootie. Let's get ready to try this again. Bomar, Swearigan, Robertson, Daytona, Schmitty, 60 drivers went ahead and qualified for this race. I don't think the fog's getting better. That might be a little bit of a problem because everywhere we look, it seems to not get, you know, around. So keep that in mind. Fog will be a big part of tonight's race. Robertson, 11, Cootie in 10th. Andrew Cootie has not won in the month of August, or should we say the month of October, as he looks to get one done. He does have 1 win in August, actually, should we say. Pace car, hard left onto pit road, this time by, as the crowd will rise to its feet just once more. Let's get ready to go back green. First time to end our night in America. It's always a lot of fun. Chevy on Chevy for the first 2 rows. DAYTONA, Robertson, Schmitty, McConaughey lined up 2 by 2, 300 likes. We got a race 5 back underway from Talladega. Wreck in the rear. Multiple machines involved, most get away. Not able to get the render, we stay green. That's a big problem. That's a big thing you got to look at. You're not going to get too many cautions. And here's the breakaway. Jackson car on the bottom, Kurosik Lima trying to make the moves. That Demos jump back to the outside of that 55. And that spin issue will now separate this main pack. Expect long green flag runs. Sweargin shoving the back of Champagne. Moss Stellar will lead this lap. Lap 7 out of 40. And Chircuti up there, that high banks. Lined up with Champagne. Borlett, Bomar. Lined in 2 by 2. Marty Shimela in 8th. Champagne. Ducking out of line, wheel to wheel at the 9. Three wide, 4 wide, Kurosik. Leaving Champagne out to dry. On the wall lane, Sanders. 2, 3 machines hitting in the rear. Goff gets it refired. We stay green. Lap 8 out of 40. Eckert into 3rd. Got Cooney looking at the bottom. Finding his way back wheel to wheel. Andrew Cooney. An opportunity. River Page. Kurosik. Push, shove, sliding to the bottom. River Page 4 wide through the middle. Page up to 2nd. Eckert trying to make some speed. DAYTONA way in the rear, more sliding as well. And now the caution will wave for the 2nd time. It's a big thing. If you get a caution and you were the root cause of that, it's almost like, let's compare it like this. You ever been on the interstate, speed limit 70, you go 79, that guy next to you goes 80? He gets the ticket, you don't. Unwritten rule, 9 miles per hour. Well, here it's like, well, there has been a couple wrecks. But who caused this one to get an L4 penalty? That's the real question. Let's see. The 55, lined in. Lots of cars left racing. Everyone's really just scattered around the track as we focus in on the main group. They went 4 wide right here. What are they wrecking in the rear for of this main path? That's the real question. I believe it was all on Kurosik. Nowhere for many to run. We'll watch it again. Jackson car up front leading. See, these guys are pushing all the way through. So the 30 gets up in the outside wall. McConaughey just did not brake. That's more of a racing incident than anything. So a racing incident brings out the caution. Pit road, it's open. Jackson car stays out. Other drivers coming on in. No, should we say Jackson car coming into this stall, overshooting it. And he's going to lose some track position, no doubt about it. So we are able to get a read on how many cars are still left in this race. And it looks like 60 are still racing past lap 10. And that's the read I'm getting from Iracing, so things should get interesting. Eckert, Shamela. Lined in, Joseph Armstrong, Ledger, Gray, McKinney. Now, at one point I was thinking of us having it staged at like halfway, and then we just bump the bottom 20 guys out of the race, and then we have 40 drivers. But then I thought, no, that's too gimmicky. I'm not a fan of stage racing at NR Night. I get stage racing in person, but at NR Night, it's not really my thing. $60, 60 drivers, that's a huge gimmick. But bump day is interesting. We should have probably done the 40, but with it being Halloween, it's all about spooky season. You'll only see this once. For instance, when we get back next Tuesday, we are not doing it this way at all. Like, at all. We are not going to be racing the way you see it now. So it is tough to see. That's the big thing. As the fog is rolled on in, Deason there in 5th. Lined up. DeAngelis up to 4th. As we get ready to try it again. Swearigan goes 2nd. And these drivers will look to come to pit road. So at some point I will say iRacing is getting weather. And we have been looking at doing a rain-shortened NR night, where we do X amount of laps at Daytona, Talladega. And we have the rain coming in at random. Like randomly past halfway. So once the rain comes in, the race is official. We've been looking at doing something like that, or just having it where the rain is stagnated just outside the racetrack, so you get that really big dark cloud out in the distance, which looks really cool. It's almost like a huge storm's coming during the race. We are excited to see that happen. Well, guess what? 30 laps to go from Talladega. So we get ready to try it again. Schumacher up to 11th, Carr up to 10th, Connor up to 8th. As we get ready to go back green. Yeah, this is cool for, this is really cool for Halloween. I agree, Ethan Ecker. We're reading the chat. We're always having fun with you guys. But do not expect this in regular NR night. This is more of a Halloween fit the theme type deal. I want to say thank you to David Bell for dropping out the $2 super chat, the $5 super chat, and Jason Beckman becoming a Hot Pass member, because it has been a real help to this YouTube channel. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to go back green. Lima, Swearigan, Karosik, Deason, Champagne and Eckert. Let's go green. Max Swearigan lined up 2 by 2. Ethan Ecker back there in 6th. Shamela in 7th, ready to try this all again. Is it tough to see? May have to go radio style to keep you guys with us. Now we'll be calling All-American Weekend at the Nashville Fairground Speedway. Keep that in mind. Lima, Swearigan, Karosik, 2 by 2. Let's get ready to go back green. Less than 30 to go. Deason in 4th. On that outside lane, already shoving drivers. Justin Champagne to the outside with Jackson Carr. Does he lock it in? He does. He took his time to really get up there. 3 wide. Shamela. Way to the outside lane. Armstrong on the bottom, wrecking way in the back. As long as it's not in this main pack, we're going to keep it green. Swearigan lined up with the 20. It's really just down that inside. See a lot of these guys trying to make that 3 wide work. The tandem drafting been such a huge play in this race. Champagne, Shamela forcing Joe on the apron. Carr, Page, lined up 3 wide. Lap 13 out of 40. Most to the outside in the Michael Ford Chevrolet. Shoving Walker. Page in third. Daylight downstairs. Dale Earnhardt up inside the top 10. He said no, he qualified 55th. And that is not a joke. Has to hold this line. Push comes to shove in the rear. Sparks flying off the right side. It's Aiden Walker. Walker leads to the tri-oval. He's going to do it. Lap 14 out of 40. Now Max in this mix. That single file way up against that outside wall. Justin Champagne. Lined up. River Page and company mostly sneaking away. Schumi lined up 2 by 2. Look at Baker in the rear with Moriarty. Demos, Page trying to find a way around. A lot of these guys in that bomb side. See Max Swearigan is where the bottleneck is. Moriarty in the middle. Lined up with Shamela. Single file on the outside lane. Give it Aiden Walker top of the board. Three wide. Shuffling in the rear. A lot of these guys trying to make a move. Here goes Demos. Most to the bottom. Lined up with Kenyon. Walker contact. There at the 1. Does he save it? He does not. And they wreck in front of him. The big one from Talladega. Deason, Schumacher, Swearigan, Andrew Cootie, Justin Connor. And the damage on the right front may be fatal for that 68 machine. Wow. And they will try it all again. Heavy fog. But isn't it a sight to see? We will try this all again. As we get ready to go green, there's Dale Earnhardt. A little bit of damage there on the nose. Let's watch back to see what happened. So they're mostly on that outside. I think River Page might have gotten into Walker. I don't know why Walker drove that scheme. You would think you want to drive a scheme where people can see you. And Page easily the root cause of that one. And River Page will be given an L2 penalty for causing that yellow. So many of these guys are trying to sink their way through. The big thing is if you're up front, all these guys behind you, all 59 of them have to have the confidence to stick right with you. It was pushing, it was shoving, until it was no more. Oh man, it actually started in front of that as well. We didn't even see that. The 56 barrels on in. Nowhere for Jackson Carr to go. We'll watch it again. That's Schumacher. And that's Zachary Lima. Causing the big one. And Zachary Lima would be given an L4 penalty with River Page getting an L2. Once those are cycled about, we will get ready for a restart. Pit road, it's wide open. No question is now, where's your leaders? There they are. Justin Champagne, Eckert now in second. Let's go talk to some drivers to hear what they've got to say. It'll be interesting to hear what everyone has to say about what's going on as we get ready to try this all again. When we talked to Shuey, he was just involved in that wreck. There's Jackson Carr we could talk to. Let's go talk to Demos. We haven't talked about him all day, really. Marcellus and Johnny got a copy.
What's up?
Spooky season, spooky car track combo, dark, and there's fog with 60 cars. How you feeling?
You like my spooky car? Michael Ford.
Yeah, it was pretty spooky to see that thing slide off turn 2, I'll tell you that. Hey, want to point it out, L2 River Page getting into Walker, L4 for Lima. Penalties are heavy because of the 60-car field. What is the drivers thinking about it all? Because this is a one-off thing. We're not doing this again. This is happening once and never, ever. Well, I mean, we'll do Talladega next gen in the future. But dense fog at night with 60 cars is only because it's Halloween. How do you guys feel about it? Knowing that this is a once in a lifetime thing.
Everybody is having a blast. I am having a blast. It is amazing. I can barely see down the back straightaway. So a lot of Arca brakes. There were a lot of wrecks I don't think you probably saw because of all the fog.
Yeah, the fog has actually kept it back. And also the CPU's being overloaded, so we can't really see past about, I think, 31st. So it's kind of tough to see the other half of the field. So my idea is like, listen, if you're wrecking for 50th, you're not getting a caution. I mean, simple.
Yeah. Tonight's been fun with all these spooky combos. I dressed as not dressed. My costume for Phoenix in the M&M's car, and I replicated it pretty well. I drove just like him. You know, mid-pack, always in wrecks, and battling with back markers.
Is the fog too much, or is it like perfect for you guys? Because for us, it gets pretty tough. It gets tough to see, and it doesn't look like it's getting better. You know, that's the big thing.
It's better in the cockpit.
You can't see at all down the backstretch. Like, it's so weird.
Yeah, I could see 3/4 down it, but the close distance you could definitely see. But you know, if it's the last lap and they're all wrecking and you're like 5 seconds back off the pack, you're gonna see a lot of Arca brakes, a lot of people plowing into it. But you know, that's the nature. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited for it, man. A lot of things have been going right. A lot of things look cool. You got Eckert, you got Justin up there. 23 laps to go. How many cars left running? You know?
On the lead lap, there's about 43.
43 still? Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that's the better.
I'm looking at it. They're only showing that there's only 2 cars out of the race for me. Everyone else is just a couple laps down.
You know, you need to listen to Frank more often. He's got some great ideas. And apparently all of this has been his idea, you know.
I don't know about that. Hold on. Talladega night, yes. Talladega fog, I don't know.
60 cars? You know, you guys are
we're not
to him
really
more.
doing this again. This is only for Halloween because it's so cool, because it fits the theme. But I'm liking the holiday theme stuff. I think we got to have this more. Like, we have to have a Christmas theme. We have an e-ticket for that. Or maybe we'll have some more wacky nights, but I don't know. Well, we're getting ready to watch you race again. Good luck.
Thank you.
2 by 2. I love this. I think this is fun. The viewers are having a blast. The drivers. The big thing is, are the drivers having fun? They said they are. Let's ride. Eckert Champagne. Korosik. Lined up, nose to tail on the outside. Gentry there in line as well. McLaughlin, Sanders, Stanhart up inside the top 10. Jason DeDono wanting to go back to back. He's on the bottom. Jonathan Ledger. Up the gut, through the middle. Not a lot of help there. No, never mind. He's got Nemos, but Nemos can leave him up to dry. Up to that outside lane. Baker on the bottom. 3 wide shuffling. 21 laps to go from Talladega. Jonathan Ledger to the inside, lined in with the 27. Josh Kenyon to the inside, wheel to wheel. It's the first time Ledger's ever led in NR9 in America. Lined in with Kenyon. Kenyon jumping on his outside. Jason Idana. Joseph Armstrong. Armstrong to the outside, trying to make it work. It's Ray Connell there as well. Connell to the bottom, went undrafted in the NWP 400 and the USA 500. Has something to prove. 20 laps to go from Talladega. This is unreal. We got 18 drivers under half a second. Oh, DAYTONA around on the outside. Drivers forced on the apron. Do they fully go around? That's one. Machines on the apron. Caution's gonna wave. I thought about leaving it out there. Thought about just letting it be. And Jason Idana and company will snag on the next caution. Things have gotten interesting. Let's get ready to try this again. And first, let's go ahead and look back to see exactly what happened. This in the middle of the herd. I think the Donna just got forced 4 wide. I think that was what, Lane Sanders? No, maybe not. That was the 33. Looking for who it was, and it was Gentry. They're on that 33 machine, so he forces it 4 wide, nearly 5 wide. They did go 5 wide at a moment, and Landon Gentry puts him up into the wall. Matt Deason also involved. And the caution will come out again. Shamela, they're in second. Just let's rephrase that. Shamela in 14th. Lined up. Joseph Armstrong is your race leader. We have some problems back here. I think Ray Connell and Josh Kenyon are not getting along at all. And they just went ahead and turned each other around. And both will be given a penalty. Well, not too happy about each other, aren't they? Things got a little buck wild as they went around. And we will try this again. NR9 America feeling victories all year long. Ethan Eckert, Kurosik, Champagne, and so many others. Now lined up with an opportunity. Lewis, Gray, Shamela, and Cootie. Ready to have things work. It's going to be a lot of fun to see how this thing all comes down. All comes together. So Eckert is now in that second position as he gets ready to try this again. And we will most likely get the one to go next time by. How are you guys thinking about this? Apparently all 60 drivers are enjoying it. Real question is also the viewers. We know it's tough to see. I think I made the fog a little bit too dense. But you can still see a good amount of this track. That's what's really important. As we get ready to try it again. So there'll be 2x2 once more. This time by. Before we do that, let's go talk to some drivers. Let's see, who would you guys like to hear from? You know, we haven't talked to Andrew Cootie at all. Cootie, it's the John. You got a copy?
Hi. Holy cow, I'm surprised.
How are you surprised?
You surprised me. I was just talking with Ross and Jackson. You surprised me there.
I feel so bad for everyone in the Discord because usually when I drag you guys, you're all mid-conversation. And all of a sudden you hear you got a copy. You know, it's scary. It's spooky season. Well,
hi, how are you?
I
It's a long time
heard
no
from a
talk.
bird that all the drivers are enjoying this.
Depends on who you talk to. I'm enjoying it. The fog is kind of scary. I'm not gonna lie. We got the Halloween vibes in here, but yeah, I'm enjoying the race so far. It's been insanely crazy. Massive wrecks, massive saves, and a lot of idiots. To be quite honest, a lot of people in the back just with no patience whatsoever, and which is kind of normal what you get with iRacing Super Speedway Racing. But I mean, what can you do?
Well,
But,
you'll
we
have
got a lot of-
16 to go. With that being said, what's your outlook to possibly find victory lane? And where are you right now on track?
I am currently outside sixth row. Sixth row, yeah. Outside sixth row, because it's so foggy you can't see.
I know.
But yeah, we're outside sixth row, and we're gonna try and link up with some people.
You
and
won't see this till later.
maybe
This is
get a
the
win.
hardest camera angle for us to see on. But I mean, we asked the viewers, like, how do we get full Halloween theme? And they're like, Talladega night. I'm like, okay, Talladega night. They're like, okay, Talladega night and fog. And I was like, hold on. Hold on. Fog? You're scaring me with the fog. And I
think
said,
we
you
need
know
to
what?
try-
If we're doing a figure eight tonight, but we're going to have certain rules in place to make sure the figure eight race goes well, we might as well have the fog and just go hard on penalties. We've been hard on penalties all night.
Oh yeah, I've noticed that one. We definitely need to do a Cadillac race in the complete darkness here. That would be the peak Halloween.
Now,
That
we
is
still
peak
got
Halloween.
I think this is peak Halloween. I don't know about you. I think this right here is peak, but I gotta stop you for a moment because James Mass just dropped a $100 super chat saying, here's to everyone in the chat, the driver, especially you, John. Hope you have a safe and fun Halloween. Mass, we're having a define safe, because for these drivers, not so much with the way things are going, but a $100 super chat. Thank you so much, my man. I'm so grateful for it. Andrew Cootie, you going to victory lane tonight?
Hopefully, we just signed a new Maconi sponsorship, so hopefully we'll bring a Maconi car to victory lane tonight.
Godspeed, my man.
Oh yeah.
Pace card down below, James Mass. Thank you so much for the $100 super chat. It's going to help out a lot. For the USA 500 coming November 10th. Means a lot. I know a lot of you guys have stuff going on this Halloween night. But we're so glad to have you all with us as we're racing from Talladega. Champagne, Armstrong, Eckert, and Walker. Eckert's trying to fight his way through out there on that outside. See Walker trying to shut that door. 2 by 2, Lewis, Connor Gray, Andrew Cootie. Champagne on the outside. Now Karosik to the bottom. Justin downstairs brings it wheel to wheel. Very few places to look. Champagne to the outside, lined in with Sanders. Got Walker looking back to that middle. Getting very tough. Armstrong there as well, trying to shove. 15 to go. One spinning, Karosik. Around we stay, Crane, Beckman. Ping-ponging off machines in the middle. Just trying to hold on. Shamela, Swearage, and McLaughlin. Balderas up and into the outside wall. Marty Shamela trying desperately to get something to work. McConaughey around in the rear. Justin Champagne off Joseph Armstrong. Huge wreck down to turns 3 and 4. River Page, Balderas, Andrew Cootie. All involved in the melee. Wow. And the caution will wave with 15 to go. James Mass, thank you so much again for that $100 super chat. That is huge for this channel. That is huge for eTicket events. That's going to go a long way, man. Just you know, it's going to go a very long way. Thank you so much. I totally appreciate it. Also want to point out, 300 likes, race number 5. You, the viewer, make the difference on that. Let's watch back to see what happened. Now Armstrong and Champagne, man, they've gotten into it a lot tonight. A lot of these guys forcing that 5 wide. It gets tough, it gets difficult to make something work. Talladega in the dense, heavy fog. Well, it's going to make things interesting, but for Justin Champagne, no doubt about it, he was the clear and root cause of that one. And he'll be given an L1. Wow. And for a lot of these guys, that's a huge wreck. That's going to be race ending. A car track combo, a theme that so many were looking forward to, and most just wanted to get to the finish on because of how the theme is. But for others, it will be an unfortunate end to this race as we get ready to figure out who's going to win the last 13 or so laps. I don't think Joe's too happy with what just happened, and the crowd's on their feet again. Champagne and Armstrong. Well, we're going to see how this plays out. Joe, damage on the nose. And Justin will go to the tail end of the longest line. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready for the restart. Next time by, the one to go, we'll have sticks on the board. We're going to start a voting for drivers and viewers. And we will get ready to try this again. So we have a figure 8 race, and we're seeing if we need duels for it at all. So with that being said, we're asking mainly the drivers to only hit I plan on racing, and for the viewers that I plan on watching, it's so if we know we need bump day or we need to have duels in line for the next event. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go green. It will be sticks on the board. Fun night of NR. Let's get ready to go green. Decent and accurate, row number 1. Ford, Toyota, Chevy, Ford. Lined up with a 2x2. And Kevin Champagne, I think, just throwing his brother under the bus on the way he's been driving. So we got Johnny Johnson up the 4th. Cole, Matt Neeson lined up as we get ready for the restart. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go green. Two by two will be 11 to go this time by. Zola, Corlett, Ledger, Walker, Lewis, and so many more. line up 2 by 2 with an opportunity to go to victory lane. Steinmeier and company ready to go green. Ross Corlett back there as well, lined up. Ethan Eckert, keep an eye on him. It's going to be a lot of fun to see what he's able to do. Can Eckert get his first win at NR Night? Can Cole get his first win? Can Baker defend Talladega and get another flag? Two by two. You see the silhouette of the machines entering the restart zone. Sticks on the board. 11 to go from Talladega. Corlett, Ledger. 2 by 2. Ryan Cole up there as well, up there in second. Off to the outside lane, shove from the rear. Johnson in third, trying to make up that ground. You got Baker right in that middle. So you have Jonathan Ledger right with him. Ryan Cole on the bottom. Johnson in tow. Got Zola and Eckert. And that's your fast four. 2 by 2 looking to the bottom. Korosik, Steinmeier, Mosteller, Thurston and Lewis. 3 wide, back to the line, 10 to go. Pushing, shoving. One sideways off the nose of Demos. Moriarty in the wall. Shamila going around. Tanhart company, the caution's out again. Miles Davis. And that should be an end of his race. The entire Sparks flaming out on the right side. Yeah, that's about it. So his night will come to a close. Eric W. dropping down the $1 super chat saying, oh, just an icon there on the right side. Thank you so much for that. So now we'll have 9 laps to settle it out. It's a good chance it's going to come down to a green-white checker finish. Now we will say with it being 9 laps to go, we're going to get very relaxed on the wrecking with the cautions. So keep that in mind as we get ready to enter the final couple laps of this race. Let's go see what happened. Right on the start, everyone else basically held it together. There really wasn't a problem. But once again, they love that 3-4 wide. I mean, they're trying everything and anything to find their way through. Eckert on the outside. And Moriarty really nowhere to run. The real question is, who caused what? Connor Zola. The root cause of that accident. And he'll be given an L2 penalty for cutting across the nose. Multiple cautions in this race here at Talladega. Yes, Super Speedway night will be this coming up Tuesday once again. And it's going to be interesting to see how that all cycles on out. But now it is 9 laps to go as we get ready to go green again. Who's excited for the USA 500? The overlays. Looking stellar. Exciting. And we can't wait to go ahead and show that off to you all, ladies and gentlemen. NR Night in America, fueling victories all year long. The USA 500. It's going to be a fun event, and we are so glad to have you guys sitting here with us as we get ready to go back green. 8 laps to go. Cole, Johnson, Steinmeier, and Eckert up inside that fast four. We talked about the overlays for the event. Always a blast to have you all sitting with us And it looks like that is enough for us to line up to get the one to go here. So we'll have a 7-lap dash. Johnson and Cole. We just changed the lighting to see if it's easier to see for most of the viewers as we get ready to end this one off. Working 10:35 on the East Coast, 9:35 Central. And our night in America, feeling victories all year long as we get ready to close out this night. Thank you to everyone tuning into the YouTube Shorts as well. Really helps us out. We most definitely will have a YouTube short either this Wednesday or Thursday coming out. So don't you go ahead and miss that as we get ready to turn them back green in a moment. Ford Chevrolet 2x2 as we get ready for the restart. It will be 7 laps to go when we enter the restart zone. Ford on Chevy. Toyota on Ford. Pace car hard left in. Super relaxed, yellows on. We want to see a finish. 7 to go. They're calling over 40 guys still racing. Johnson, Steinmeier. Steinmeier looking for a place to run. To the inside, lined up with Lewis. Johnson off the nose of the 60. And put him on himself. Here comes DeAngelis right up the gut. Frank DeAngelis, top of the board. Now how long can he hold on to it? Frank Balderas, Demos in tow. 7 coming to 6 to go. And they're spread out an area that we could see this race go green all the way through. You've got to keep that in mind for Balderas. This is your best opportunity to get your first win. 3 wide, decent, stuck in the middle. Armstrong working to the bottom. Here comes Kenyon. Off the outside lane, blocked by Mosteller. It's foggy, it's tough to see what's in front of you. You gotta be prepared for that next step forward. Balderas in tow, down the inside. Kenyon trying to make something work. Frank DeAngelis, Alexander Balderas, Kenyon and Most wheel to wheel. 5 laps to go from Talladega. What's the game plan if this thing doesn't work out? Kenyon up to 3rd, around the outside, wheel to wheel. There with Balderas. Josh Kenyon, Frank DeAngelis. Frank shuts the door. Kenyon up the middle, holds on through. Lewis makes it 4 wide, and they're all stacking up. Lewis in the middle, Balderas on the bottom, pushed by TCB. Who's gonna find their way through? 5 coming to 4 to go. Here comes Jumpman. Max Steinmeier up the 2nd. Got company around him. Drivers laying on each other, trying to find an advantage. 4 laps to go from Talladega. Demos in 2nd. Getting shoved from the rear. That's Ethan Eckert trying to make something work. See all these other guys trying to formulate a plan. First time they blocked up since the restart. DeAngelis on the bottom. A lot of separation from multiple packs. Demos the 2nd, up top, DeAngelis shuts the door, through goes Armstrong, on the inside, he's now wheel-to-wheel for the lead. Oh, I thought he was gonna make so much more momentum. Was not able to make it work. Baker shuffling around, low visibility. 3 laps to go. Full throttle back to 1 and 2. Gotta make it work. Gotta be smart. Nemos has gotta make that time move on DeAngelis. The Michael Ford Chevrolet on the outside lane. Balderas in third. Baker in fourth. Something's gotta give. TCB in the 5th place spot. Joe's got to be smart right here if he's going to generate a run. This race could go green, just 18 cars in a pack. 60 drivers took the green flag. 2 laps to go from Talladega Superspeedway. 2 remaining. Baker lined in on the outside lane. Joseph Armstrong to the bottom, tandem drafting, sparks flying off the rear, loose, saves it off the nose of Walker. Demo's got to make something magical on that outside lane. Oh, it's one of those Halloween nights that you hope just never end. They're gonna see the white flag this time by if they make it back. This is gonna be the finish. DeAngelis 69, Mosteller the 1, roll the dice on a foggy Halloween night. Salamanca, 1 to go from Vega. Ripping top, back to 1 and 2. Walker on the apron is able to save it. Gotta be smart right here. Where's your move? Where's your run? Balderas, gridlock, nose to tail, lines up there with Jackson Carr. No place to run, no place to hide. Baker on the bottom of Lewis. DeAngelis is gonna have to mirror drive back to the start-finish line. Pushing, shoving, looking for an opening. When do you make your move if you're the one? Most to the bottom. It's gonna be a drag race to the start-finish line. Frank DeAngelis, no! Daniel Mosteller beat him at the line, victorious from Talladega. Unreal, unbelievable. Timing and scoring says 0 across the board. We will review it, but I believe Mosteller got the win. Wow. I am speechless. We are waiting on scoring. It was so close, we had no idea. But this is a classic NR night race that we will not forget for a long, long time. What a race. And they're going to review it here in a moment, ladies and gentlemen. Showing you the overlays for the next race just so we can see 2 1,000ths of a second. That was the difference for Daniel Mosteller. He goes to victory lane. NR Night in America, feeling victories all year long. What a race. What a drive. And Michael Ford will find victory lane for the first time at NR Night. Unbelievable. I cannot believe it. I can't believe that race went green all the way. I mean, when they spread out, it became pretty clear that it was possible. But wow. What a race, what a drive. Let's review it. Who doesn't love Halloween? This is the last lap. Wow. This is the move. Baker to the bottom. prompting DeAngelis and the one of Moss Zeller to make something work. 300 likes, ladies and gentlemen. We get race 5. We are right there. So if you haven't already, go and drop a like in the stream. We're going figure 8 racing right after this. Crazy 8s. Unbelievable. And the pain out of the Frank DeAngelis camp once again, as he will be a bridesmaid in NR Night in America. Wrecking in the rear to the checkered flag, Alexander Balderas. That close to his first ever win. Bam! That's the finish. And on a Halloween night, this is what we got. This is just unbelievable. Let's go talk to your race winner. Unreal. Unreal. Figure 8 with the street stocks. I don't think we're going to need duels from the way things are looking. So it should be a lot of fun to see how that all goes down. Mosteller. Finally. Well, what should I say finally? He's been to victory lane before. He went last stream and now he's here tonight. Mosteller, the John, you got a copy.
Michael Ford with the W. Let's go. That's awesome.
Walk me through this race, man, because this is, it's not a normal NR night, right? It's almost like when, you know, on the Magic School Bus, you know, please let this be a normal field trip. And it's like with the John, no way, you know, just, wow. A lot of wrecks early on. The fog, was it hurting you? What were the drivers thinking? What were the viewers thinking? The viewers seem to have loved it. My question is for everyone else, what do they think of it coming to the line?
Oh, I had a lot of fun. We were all laughing. This was probably the one of the most fun I've ever had on a super speedway in NR in my 2 years of running this. It was amazing. Everyone was laughing. We were screwing around. You know, we were all laid off. I mean, we kept it in order. We had a really good finish. And the 2 meme schemes, that's you can't write that and you can't script that.
Greg, first ever super chat says very cool Halloween event. It was. I will say, we're not done yet because we still got the figure 8. But Demos, you can't lie. This is a perfect schedule for Halloween. I mean, Monza, scary. Talladega with fog at night, very scary. And that's exactly what we had on the finish. Unbelievable. How was it? Coming to the closing laps, what were the drivers saying? Like, completely. Now I want to know what the drivers fully think.
Me and Frank, we were just trying to control the lanes there. He wanted to stay middle initially, but I saw them peak and top, and the right rear side draft is really strong. So once throttle went up there with about 4 to go, we just hung up there, and they tried to make a charge. I think Joe and Walker were there with 2 to go, and I think Walker just got Joe wrong, and that kind of killed the inside line, and that gave us just enough time to where we could just rip the top. And even they TCB pulled out in 3 and 4, and he didn't even get close to me, so I was able just to push Frank out. I had enough temperature to, you know, push him out there to where I could pull out and throttle wouldn't win. But you know, the left rear, well, I mean, I want to throttle to win, but
it's better for you to win, though.
Oh, absolutely. The left rear side draft was nothing, so I just tried to take a straight arc, and then, you know, we were drag racing to the line, and I saw the lapped card. Oh my gosh, that was way too close, because, you know, Frank could have easily just pinned me into that lapper and he would have won the race. But Robin Rawling got out of the way. Cody, you got to teach him how to yield on the last lap, I guess. But and we got the win in the Michael Ford car.
In the Michael Ford car, that's right.
Michael Ford car 1-2. Barb, I don't know where you finished, but you know, he's always slacking.
Frank, I haven't seen Frank up front in a race in so long. Demos, let's start spamming the 9s in the chat for you, man. You're gonna be running the USA 500 in that 9 car. Big win here. You showed a lot of promise there in testing. Talk about that event so far, at least from what you could diagnose before heading into it, because it is next week if you think about it.
Yeah, it's coming up real fast. It's gonna be a lot of fun. kind of worried with restarts. We always have trouble getting through the gears somehow. I don't really get how it's an issue. It's happened ever since the Gen 4 came out, and we've never learned our lesson. But I feel like we've got some better drivers in the event, so hopefully up front it really doesn't happen. But you gotta expect the unexpected. I'm fast, but you know, there's a lot of good guys. So I don't think I'll win the race, but I think I'll definitely be up front.
You ready for Crazy Eights?
Yeah,
Now we got some rules to go over, and I want to point this out. I would love for you to go into that driver's chat right now and tell all the iRacing drivers that plan on racing it. Actually, let me just go ahead and make a quick adjustment. My camera actually just fell apart on me, so we're going to go ahead and turn that back on. But we're going to tell all the drivers to watch the stream so they know what to expect, right? So we don't have any problems. If you don't mind, go ahead and @ those drivers in the Discord, and you'll be in here listening just so you know what's at stake, because you're gonna be one of the admins for this. You'll be racing as well, but I think you have a really good idea of what's the yes and no of what to and not to do. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I feel like, you know, you're gonna have that stuff in place, but I feel like you think it's gonna be in order, but I feel like, you know, when the intersection, there's gonna be a lot of accidents there. I think, you know, we've never really done this before. It's kind of an unknown. I feel like there's gonna be a lot of wrecks, but you never know.
Well, here's the big thing.
MONZA wasn't that bad.
It wasn't, and that's the big thing too. Tonight's been all about scare, and in a way, I can't wait to get back to regular Enter Night, where we go back to our multi-groove racing, you know, and etiquette, because I've just been formed into that with me broadcasting racing in person. But having this as like a one-off night is pretty cool. You can't lie. Having this as a one-off night is pretty sweet, because it's like, you know, you're not going to get it again for a long time, and maybe if we stream next Halloween, whenever that would be, you know, then you start thinking, okay, there's an opportunity to have one more spooky night, you know, because this is basically what this is. Want to first point out again, James Mass. I said it in the chat. Thank you so much for the $100 super chat. I mean, seriously, thank you so much. That helps us out a lot. Getting ready for the e-ticket's huge. Helps with funding. Helps with so much. And very grateful for it. The drivers and viewers are grateful for it as well, because they know, you know, super chats like that, bigger events come in, higher production events. So now, Demos, we say congratulations on the win. Get ready to listen, because this is a big talking point. You ready, ladies and gentlemen? We are going figure 8 racing at the Irwindale Speedway. Now, there's no jump. I got a lot of love for considering it on Twitter and on Instagram and in the Discord. So many said, yes, let's do it. And then some people were like, no, that's not NR. NR night's not supposed to be all wacky and crazy. But I said, but it's Halloween. We can do this as a one-off thing. For instance, next Tuesday, we're doing Super Speedway night. It's probably going to get wild, and then we have the USA 500 a couple days later. But at the same time, at the Super Speedway event, we expect it to be clean, etiquette, you know, and a lot of fun. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to have a 100-lap figure 8 race. Okay, 4 laps to qualify. I don't think we're going to need duels at all. No humidity. It will be in the afternoon with the street stocks. Now, the street stocks have a figure 8 set. Just because it's a figure 8 race does not mean it's time to go ahead and sit in the middle, do crazy things, you know, and just all around be out of the way. So let's point this out. The person that gave me the idea of doing the figure 8 races, at first I shot down. Then someone else said, I understand figure 8 racing doesn't get the best rap, including on iRacing. But if you think about it, if you really think about it, all figure 8 races are taken seriously. Seriously. Like, serious. I know seriously serious. That's a horrible way of saying this. I'm not helping myself out here. But they're taken very serious. And there's a reason for it. Because, well, there's money on the line, your car's on the line, your safety's on the line. And figure 8 racing is so unique and interesting because you have that near-miss scenario in the middle. But at the same time, when guys take it seriously, it makes it enjoyable for the viewer. Am I right or am I wrong? Right? It makes it enjoyable. So my thing is the fact that we need drivers to take it serious. This is basically a drivers meeting in the middle of the stream. This is basically the second one of the day. We need you to take it serious. If you're not going to take it serious, we're going to kick you. we're going to kick you right away. I'm going to have the phone open. After every caution, we're going to look at some things. If guys are playing around, we're going to kick you. Now, for the USA 500 drivers, let me let you know this right now. If you're out there playing around, trying to go backwards, trying to sit in the middle of the intersection to wreck other drivers, we are also going to kick you and kick you out of the event and replace you because there's still about, I don't know, 50 other people that want to race this event. And with that being said, I need to hold you guys to a higher standard because you will be in a massive event. That e-ticket's going to be a really big deal. We are putting the session up right now while I'm talking. I just want to point that out. Thank you, Swaggy, for the $2 super chat. So, if I were you right now, if you're in the USA 500, you plan on acting like a fool, do not. Because if you do act like a fool, I won't announce it on stream. We'll announce it later that you are being replaced and we'll already have another driver in play for that. So, just want to point that out. Penalties will be heavy as well. We want this to be a safe race, a fun race, an interesting race for the viewers, the drivers, everyone involved, because this is something we probably won't ever do again. This is one of those rare races, unless it's really well loved and I can get drivers to really commit to the fun. It's almost like the Coliseum, right, Demos? The Coliseum is a massive gimmick. Racing in a football stadium is a gimmick, but at the same time, it's interesting. Drivers take it serious. It's interesting. It's exciting. It's fun. And that's what we could see here tonight. So be safe, race hard, have fun. If you're cutting the track, you're automatically disqualified. If you go ahead and make mistakes, you're automatically disqualified. Session is up. Oh, sorry. Make mistakes, you're not disqualified. You'll get penalties. If you're wrecking people on purpose, you'll be disqualified. If you're in the USA 500 and you act like a fool on purpose, we may replace you. You know who you are. The drivers know who they are that I'm talking about. So have fun. Session is up. 33 guys can enter. I don't know how many guys can race just yet. We're not doing 33. That's way too much. We're probably gonna have 25 and we're gonna roll out with that. Demos, you're gonna see a lot of messages from me. What do you think? Anything else?
It's gonna be fun. I'm worried for my own well-being doing it. I haven't done it. I did a figure 8 race once, and I think I crashed every single time I went through the intersection when we got spread out. So it's gonna be a new little challenge for me. But
it is.
I've tried out dirt. I've tried out the MONZA oval here. I've tried out a lot of things here, and you know, after some time, you get used to it.
You do.
Yeah, you know, remember I used to never win on non-super speedways. It took 8 months, and now look at me.
Right.
I win like everywhere. That's
Payback. Okay, I will point this out. Payback. Okay, you know what I mean. Bumping a guy out for payback. Got it. Like regular enter night situations are fine. I'm talking about when you go over that margin. Like remember one time we did the Indy Road and some guys went on the oval and we had to blacklist them for a month. That's the stuff I'm talking about. That outrageous stuff going on the oval, cutting the track, trying to wreck people on purpose. The outrageous stuff needs to not happen. So that's what we're sitting in. Demos, heading in there. Good luck.
Thank you.
So we're excited. I'm excited to see what the viewers think. Honestly, give us your best opinions. Enter night is back to its regular scheduled situations, 8 Eastern, 7 Central next Tuesday. So do keep that in mind. It's going to be a lot of fun, and we do have a lot of drivers in here already. Whew, man, this is going to be a little nerve-wracking. Because my big thing is reputation that Respect Enter Night has gotten recently was that it's great racing. We saw that from Phoenix. Great racing no matter what. I don't want this to be roller derby. A new viewer comes in thinking, oh, this is just roller derby, that IDK Player YouTube channel. That's all it is, you know? So the idea is to make it still great racing, but have that Halloween twist. And I think that's what we're doing here tonight. We're 40 likes away from 300. I want to point that out. And we will have a great voting session for that race 5 vote. A lot of drivers said the last Halloween race they wanted really was MX-5's Miatas at Daytona Road, which is super speedway racing on a road course, apparently. If you want to see that badly, get the likes up. Go let your mom know. Go let your dad know. Let the goldfish know. If you can't watch that race because of how late it's ending, you can wake up tomorrow. You can be on the bus to school. You can be on the bus to work. You can be driving to... Well, don't watch and drive to work. But you could be at your lunch tomorrow, you know what I mean? And then watch it. It's going to be a lot of fun, so keep that in mind. Let's get ready to go green. I know, Jared, I am rambling too much. Let's roll. Session is up. Password is IDK. as we get ready to go green. Balderas and company on the track. We're going to give some of these guys time to practice, I guess you could say. They are racing. A lot of that rambling, by the way, was also because the session was going up. It's also some filler and letting people know. Let's get ready to go green. Figure 8 racing. Aiden Walker, okay, he does have a number. It's a 93. I did not see that originally. Jaden Reyna. Chris Downing. Reconnecting, coming back to me just for the time being. The network did close. And we're going to have to go ahead and come back in. We're going to have to come back in. Sorry about that. We went ahead and went trackside when things are going a little bit wild. So qualifying is underway. We are going trackside. We will get ready to try this again. All right. We're going in. We're not holding back. We're holding just for the time being because we're going to head back in there, ladies and gentlemen. So give us 1 second as we head back in, and we'll be ready to go green. Thank you guys so much for sticking around with us as we get ready to roll. Session is up. Password is IDK. Loading into the registered session. That's going to be a blast. Now, I want to also point out I will be at the fairgrounds calling all the races on Friday, select races on Saturday, and I will be calling the All-American 400 over the PA on Sunday. So, going to be a lot of fun. Really excited to get that event going on. First time calling a crown jewel event in racing, like a true crown jewel. Now, this will not be broadcasted for the All-American 400. They already have their broadcast team that was selected. But being up there in the booth, man, it's a pretty big deal. I'm excited for it. Going to be a lot of fun. Track Enterprises has been a great helping hand to my broadcasting career. So, I'm excited. I really am. It's going to be an absolute blast to see how things go. And we will be ready to go green flag racing in a moment. 30 likes away, ladies and gentlemen, from a possible race number 5. Cole, Page, Swearigan, Moriarty, Shamela, Steinmeier, Armstrong, Beckman, Bomar, Reyna, Gavin Austin, and so many others. Let's go green. Now we can go trackside. So Trading Paints was loading in at the time. We're going to load it in once more. That's actually also what crashed. It was a mixture. But we are going to go racing here in a moment. So Aiden Walker goes top of the board here in this race for qualifying. Jaden Reyna goes second. Baker, Napier, Doran, Cole, Balderas 26. Sanders and company lined up. I don't think Throttle's going to be racing here tonight. I think we're only going to be allowing that top 25. They want it to be an even 2x2, they're asking. Or allow all 33 to race. That but depends on how big the field looks when we go around. That's the big thing. Yeah, I think they're going to put it down to 26. So 26 and even 2x2 will be the herd. So Jason Beckman, Schumacher, DeAngelis, Vaden, Zola on the outside looking in, Eckert on the outside looking in, and we'll be ready to start this race. So 26 drivers. We'll get ready to go green. And we will get ready to go green. So Clampert is in. Moriarty is in. On the outside looking in, you got Eckert, Zola, Vaden. DeAngelis will not race because he got bumped 30th quick. Wow. He had 4 laps to put down a flyer. And they're trying to argue top 30. Or everyone. Well, if there's a mass ask for it there in the chat, we will do all 33, if that's the big deal. We're gonna look. We're gonna wait and see what it is. Is it 33 or 26? Spam it in the chat. Well, first, let's see how long the field even stretches out. That's the big worry. There's Frank. So Frank would be just... No, that's not even... Oh, man. That's a lot of cars. So this is Schumacher. Schumi would have been 31. And they're saying just 31 most likely are racing. This is Vaden. This is Balderas. So they line up the entire front stretch here. Go for 33. We're going to do 33. $33 it is. Now, I want to point out, next Saturday night, we are going to be back with Bump Day. That is the big thing you got to look at. We will be back there with it. Let's get ready to go green. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the first ever Figure 8 race in NR Night in America. Things are going to get wild. Things are going to get insane. But this 100 lap outing will see the best rise and hopefully some great racing action. Figure 8 racing, well loved by multiple short tracks around the South, the Northeast, the Southeast, the Southwest, all over the United States. They do Figure 8 racing. And it's always one of the most watched shows at those racetracks, minus their crown jewels. So at NR Night, we just don't talk about racing. We talk about all types of racing going down as we get ready to go green. So we're gonna let these guys jumble up 2x2 before we take the green flag. Next time by, we will see the one to go. So we won't see it this time by, but at the top of your screen, you'll see where all those drivers are as we get ready to roll. Ladies and gentlemen, let's ride and let's say those magical words. God, speed, drivers. You are go for throttle up. Crazy Eights. Reyna, Walker, Page, and Mosteller. And it's going to get bold and it's going to get wild. Just look at these guys lined up 2x2. Something's got to give here tonight. TCB. And so many others now lined in. Let's do it. Let's light the fuse from the Irwindale Speedway. Walker on the bottom. 3 wide for the lead. Mosteller to the intersection, gets tagged. He's up into the outside wall. Gotta get it refired. Short track rules. More wrecking throughout the field. River Page leads lap number 1. They mostly got it backfired. Stanley to the inside. Ethan Stanley top of the board. Page gets dumped. Moved there by Kevin Austin. Wow. Stanley the race leader. Kevin Austin there in second. A lot of these guys are being moved around. Aiden McConaughey. Some waiting for that intersection to clear out. Spencer Burns up to 5th. Oh, near miss. Gavin Austin gets tagged. Bouncing up even more. Caution's gonna wave. They got 5 laps in, man. That was way too close for Ethan Stanley. Nearly got nailed. Gavin Austin finding his way back through. Let's go ahead and watch back to see exactly what happened. That's the thing about figure 8 racing, man. It's a big intersections. In some cases, it could be a 4-way stop. Watch Stanley here and what happened. He gets through right here, and all of a sudden, I'm watching the intersection. I'm worried about who's coming. I mean, he's just nearly got hit. And the 2 machine who was waiting to get through also got hit. That was Moriarty. And that was him and Gavin Austin that got collected in that. Still trying to figure out the camera angles with the figure 8s. So the caution is out. They're trying to figure out who gets the lap back and, you know, who gets back into positioning to have an opportunity. And we will get ready to try this again. Stanley. Lined in. Reyna. McConaughey, River Page. Burns, Schmitty. There's James Bomar in the Meow 69. As we get ready to go back green. We'll get lights off this time by. Or next time by, should we say. Next time by, we will get the lights off. So the pace car will come to pit road after that 2x2. And we'll be ready to go back green. So it's going to be Stanley, Reyna as your top 2. McConaughey and Page will be lined up 10 laps into this 100-lap race. And we'll get ready for the restart. The 1 to go. I'm surprised they're not letting us clear this thing. I mean, we want to go 1 to go now. We are clearing it. And they're going to keep us out there until all the drivers get back 2x2. Here's another thing I've noticed. Caution laps don't count. So it's going to, oh, maybe it has. And maybe I'm just not seeing it correctly. No, caution laps do count. Okay, so we'll get the 1 to go here. 2x2. Mosteller, Stanley, lined up, Jaden Reyna. 2x2, ready to refire this thing off. Let's go back. Crazy 8 Racing. Stanley and Reyna to the restart zone. And I'm not sure if there is an issue trying to figure out what's going on with the caution situation. Oh, they put the yellow back out. So now we go green this time by. Stanley in second. Will be your leader heading into turn 1. Back racing from Irwindale's figure 8. Gavin Austin around into turn 1. Will get it refired. Reyna finds the lead, trying to hold on to it. Schmidt on the wall. Spencer Burns into third. Ethan Stanley trying to find his way through to the inside. Wheel to wheel. Jaden Reyna not giving it up. Burns still holds on. That is William Schmidt around in the rear. Trying to hold on to it. You can see these guys still wheel to wheel. Reyna, who hit Ethan Stanley? He was ghosted on our screen. That hit by a ghost. Burns into second. There with Rain, a huge hit. Lick there to the 69. That was James Bomar. Bomar just got nailed. Reyna, Burns, nose to tail. Got McConaughey there as well. Watching on, Marty Shimela. Here's Ethan Stanley trying to make something work on the outside. Slide up there with Lane Sanders. Sanders getting rubbed, getting shoved, pushing his way through. Reyna and Burns, nose to tail. Now Reyna gets tagged by the 18. Forced onto the full track, caution's gonna wave. Man, there goes the right front. And Jaden Reyna, one of those drivers involved. Look at all the cars already back on pit road. The number 18, Wesley Napier. Didn't seem to wait. And Napier, one of those guys involved. I think Jaden Reyna's got to bring this thing to pit road. That right front is cooked. And that's exactly what he's going to do. So it's going to put Spencer Burns, McConaughey, Sanders, and Stanley in position to win this race. Or compete, should we say. A lot of guys back on pit road. Let's get ready to go green. So we'll get the one to go here in a moment. And we will be ready to try this again. Lights off. And the thing is about the crazy 8, you really don't have control over when the lights come off or not. It's really weird. Because the pace car has to get back around to get the one to go. So just because the lights are off doesn't mean it's completely over. And look at that, already 12 cars maybe left on the lead lap. We started with 33. So many guys have been taken out of this race. And the 65 will be moving to the outside. He's done as well. Lights off on the top of the pace car. Comes right back on. As we get ready to go green. Lap 22 out of 100. Let's go green. Pace car will make the hard left on the pit road this time by. 2 by 2, they'll enter the restart zone this time and get ready for the restart. Chevy on Chevy. All street stocks are Chevrolets to begin with. As we get ready to go back green. McConaughey, Burns, Sanders, Stanley. Grab it here once more. Burns out and away, McConaughey. Thought about sticking with them, couldn't get it done. Just so quick with it. See Sanders trying to make up time on that outside. Forcing wide, wheel to wheel. Here comes Ethan Stanley on the bottom. Stanley going wide. Crossover move to the inside of the 20. Burns able to get away. 25 out of 100. And they're already separated big time. Burns may have to focus on not getting ran over here. Man, he goes really wide. Out of the way of Aiden Walker. Allows McConaughey to close that gap. McConaughey to the inside. This is the battle for the lead. Stanley McConaughey, William Schmidt, who's been involved in some incidents already tonight. And Schmidt's just got to be smart right here. You see him there in fourth, trying to make something work. Stan 3-4, 3-3 the difference. Trying to make that time back up to the Spencer Burns machine. Wheel to wheel, around goes the 20. Burns somehow makes it through. Got to watch out for that. Even on the leaders. This is side by side for the lead. TCB sneaks his way through. Burns going wide. Stanley on the bottom. Back to the gas. Aiden Walker nearly just got KO'd towards the rear. They're all trying to find their way through the intersection. Spencer Burns nailed there by TCB. Right on the rear end. Wow. Keeps it straight. We need a replay. Unbelievable. Watch this hit. There's no fast repairs in this at all. Baker coming full saw. Bam. Just nailed the back end of the 006. But he's able to stay around there in fifth. He's not out of it just yet. Race leader, Ethan Stanley. Schmidt next in line, McConaughey. Trying to find a way through. Sneaking their way in. Moriarty back on the track. Schmidt trying to close this one out and become the first figure 8 race winner in NR night. It's going to be tough to do it. Downshifting. Ethan Stanley right in view. Finding his way around Aiden Walker. 8 the difference. Pushing, shoving, Shamela. Next one involved, nailed in the middle. Did he go back the right way? Or is he going the long way around? No, he's there in 9th. 3 wide, Spencer Burns in the middle. Trouble, one person wrecking on purpose on track. Caution's gonna wave. And that would be Balderas. Well, he's not in an e-ticket event, we know that. And he may be out for a long time. Yeah, he went after someone. I'm not sure exactly who. But it definitely made the difference. And Throttle will not be able to continue this race. So, working lap 36 of 100. And Throttle will have a nice vacation from NR Night in America. Probably for a month, maybe. Maybe towards the end of the next e-ticket, we'll see how that goes out. Now we got to figure out how this thing cycles out. So if it is Ethan Stanley, your race leader. It's going to be Schmidt here in second. So we're trying to figure out where they are. There's the pace car. Oh, they're waiting for each other. And McConaughey wrecking under caution. I do fear for... You know, maybe we need to put a stop sign out there. I think that will make the big difference. Put a stop sign under caution. If the driver's already on your right, I believe he has the right of way. Is that what it is? If he's on your right, you got the right of way? I should know this. I have driven more miles than I think any other 22-year-old in America as I've crossed up and down the Southeast and into the Midwest. Well, we'll get ready for a restart. Lap 38 of 100. Gray, Armstrong on pit road. Some of these guys trying to get repairs on their machines to have a shot at winning this. Let's get ready for the restart. So lights will be going off the pace car here in a moment. And they'll go back to their 2x2 style of racing. Ethan Stanley Williams, Schmidt, McConaughey, Sanders, pace car, hard right. This will do it right here. Just under halfway. Just 8 cars left on the lead lap. 2 by 2. Getting ready for the restart. Crazy Eights, a niche following out of race fans in America. Get ready to ride, Chevy on Chevy. Stand on the bottom, 1 around, 2 around to the rear. William Schmidt, McConaughey wheel to wheel. McConaughey trying to find a way around, and he's going to go around off the nose of the 14 of Lane Sanders. They get it refired. I'm guessing he's going to want payback. Wheel to wheel there with the 14. Now they're going to keep it straight. Here's Ethan Stanley. Back with Schmidt. Schmidt still has not been able to find a way around that 23. Shamela in third. Armstrong in fourth. Schmitty going wide. Right to the rear end. He's trying desperately to find a way around that 23 machine. See Stanley overdriving 1 and 2. Now here's the real question for everyone down in the chat below as we work halfway. Is figure 8 racing considered road course racing? Because Ethan Stanley, a road course ringer, out front, giving it his all. Here comes Schmidt around the outside. Schmitty downstairs, wheel to wheel. Forcing the issue. Great battle for the lead. Stand on the bottom, Schmidt. Still not able to commit. This is a race back to the line. Lap 45 of 100. I'm starting to worry about some of these guys that are getting to that intersection around the same time as them. I mean, you can already see it when you go inside. Look on the left side of your screen. You see the drivers coming down off turn number 2. This is 3 and 4. Stanley on the brakes. You don't have to worry about what's on your left and then what's on your right. They got to worry about hitting the brakes, getting to the center of the corner. Schmidt to the lead. Shamela going around. This is the battle for the top spot. Stanley into Schmidt. Schmidt to the lead. And a great job of finding his way through. 2 drivers racing it out. Stan sits 3 back. And it's going to give him the bumper. Bumper to the back of the 79. 48, 49 out of 100. Stanley lost a little bit of speed, but if he can just get back to that rear end and force him wide, could give him that opportunity he needs. Conaghy, Armstrong, Sanders. Some drivers out just racing around. Knowing a caution means an easy 10 laps back. Almost halfway through this race. Whoa, intersection wreck. Or should we say a near one? No, it happened with the 12, Cooper Nash. Cooper Nash, I believe, just got absolutely nailed. Let's watch back. And so he's really just puttering around right here. And I saw how quickly that stuff came about. And there really was just nowhere to go. Still wrecking. Here's the battle for the lead. Sanders. Lap machine there in 5th. Schmitty forced 3 wide. McConaughey, Stanley. Stanley fighting for the lead. Schmidt having to make the corner. All right, you're halfway. Stanley in 2nd. Trying to fight back. Half a second from first to second. Stanley P2, William Schmidt. A 7 lead, a 6 lead. 53 coming to 54 out of 100. As this is the point of this race. Got all those guys out there, and the ones that survive will get an open and clean racetrack where they're able to go out and make up time and make moves. 10 likes away from 300. If we do get it by the end of this race, we will get a race 5. 8 the difference. 9 the difference. Stanley trying to make up time. 45 to go. And the lap times aren't really that long. If you take a look at it, I mean, they were, what, in sub 15, something like that? I wouldn't even say sub 15. I would say more in the 20s. Well, this 100-lap race, now there's just 3 cars left on the lead lap. No cautions. Big difference maker, Gavin Austin. Back on the track, another big wreck. Safety yellow is out for a wreck in the middle. Look at Aiden McConaughey, man. That car's junked up. Junked up in the middle. Let's go see what happened. Pit road full of machines. Really kind of just there. McConaughey worried about getting that car back going. There's Jaden Reyna after his previous incident. Schmitty. And Shamela has not been able to really navigate this part of the track very well. You see Gavin Austin getting back on the racing surface, and there it was. And the 60, they both broke for each other. That was the big thing. They both waited on each other, and all of a sudden Lane Sanders just barreled on in. It's right on board with McConaughey. Yeah, really just nowhere to go. Caution is out. Pit road is open. And I think Ethan Stanley actually came to pit road. Some of these guys probably needed to top off on fuel. Wow. Undercut, overcut in a figure 8 race. That's not a joke. And we will get ready for a restart. I don't think we need a fast spare at all, personally. Look at William Schmidt's car. See, when you focus on keeping your car intact, and when everyone else jumps out of the race because of all those wrecks from wrecking, then all of a sudden you start realizing, hey, I mean, you think about it, they would have taken the William Schmidt strategy, they may still be out there contending for the win. So Ethan Stanley will have fresher tires. He'll restart second. Some of these other guys going around to get their laps back. 40 laps to decide a winner. McConaughey in third. Here's the big thing too. This could be the first and last figure 8 race in NR Night in America. Who knows, depending on the demand for it coming back. But at the same time, if you think about it, just for a moment, all these drivers bought Irwindale. And we've been trying to go to Irwindale with the trucks for a long time. You can expect an Irwindale truck race in the near future, ladies and gentlemen. 2 by 2. Let's try this again. Schmidt and Stanley. McConaughey and Shamela. 3rd and 4th, 2 laps down. Grab a gear once more. Less than 39 laps to go. Stanley there in second, trying to get something to work. McConaughey's still wheel to wheel. Now he is 2 laps down. He just needs 1 caution to come out. He has a shot at winning it. Because he'll be able to get all those laps back. How Schmidt didn't have to go to pit road, I have no idea. Here comes Stanley looking for an opportunity. The straight stocks. Wheel to wheel. That's for the top spot. Stanley on the outside. Advantage to turn 3. Back to turn 4. So McConaughey looking for an opportunity underneath Schmidt. Wheel to wheel. That will not be a battle for position. Technically it is, but McConaughey's 2 laps down. Only the top 2 are on the lead lap. And Schmidt, I think, should have came to pit road for tires because they have now seriously separated out half a second from first and second. See the pit inside, but you go from that scenic view. This is where these guys are on track. There's not a lot of them left. Burns out. Clampert out. Schmidt. McConaughey. Trying to find their way through. We will have a race 5, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks to you all. Start asking what car track combos for them. Ethan Stanley. Schmidt there, second and change back. He's way back, like he is nowhere near the front now. This is all Ethan Stanley unless we get a caution. You can see Stanley worried about Shamela. Marty Shamela sneaking his way through. McConaughey, Reyna. Schmidt in second. 1-8 back. I thought for a second Ethan Stanley went around. Just smoking up those rears. 1-7 back. We talked about drivers also. Wanted to drift. That was one thing that they were talking about. Schmidt there in second. 2-3 back. You have 30 laps to go when it comes down to it. McConaughey's on that outside. 3 wide now, Jaden Reyna. Reyna 22 laps down. And he is just way back. Once again, he was T-boned by another driver. Schmidt to the outside. Off the throttle, back to the center. Gray in fourth. And you have another driver on the outside wall, Marty Shamela. There with Mason Moriarty, and there is payback on track. Now this isn't what Throttle did. This is just getting him out of the way of other drivers. Last man standing. That's basically what it is. Lap 73 of 100. And Irwindale got its first ever race in Enter Night. Reyna to the bottom. Schmidt on the outside. Schmitty there in second. Shamela trying to find his way through. The last driver's on track. I think there's, what, 8 guys left out of the 33 that started? And Ethan Stanley, no doubt about it, if this goes green, is a deserving winner. Halloween night. Schmidt, 4 seconds back. I don't know why he didn't come to pit road. He could have easily came with Stanley. They've been lined up nose to tail. But that's what made this big difference right here. 4-second gap. Schmidt back there, McConaughey. Gray, Cole. There's Marty Shamela. A nice top 6, 7 laps down. And there's another left of his car. He's trying to get back to the gas in some way. I guess just puttering around for the next 24 laps. There's Stanley. 4 seconds of difference from first to second. Shamela can't even turn the car anymore. But he knows if someone DNFs, he gets the top 5. It's a big thing to look at. Schmidt has closed the gap to a 3-4. Was at one point a 3-7. Stanley riding around lap traffic. There's Schmitty. There's Jaden Reyna. Reyna at 1.1 of the lap machines. Nearly forced Schmidt into a lap machine there. 22 laps to go. Schmidt off turn 2. Reyna lines in. Shamela second guessed the gas there, and he was able to try to hold on to it. McConaughey lined in 3rd. Gray lined in 4th. Cole in 5th. Shamela now 9 laps down with 21 to go. Now him and Cole are only a couple laps in between each other. McConaughey there in 3rd. Schmidt 5 seconds back, wreck in the middle, caution's gonna wave. That's the 22. Joseph Armstrong. It says do not wreck me. Unreal. And pit road will be wide open. I don't think that car is turning anymore. I think he's just got to park it here. I don't know. I don't even think he knows where he's going. And he just took out the 79 of Schmidt. What did he just do? No, that wasn't even him. It would have been him to begin with. And Joseph Armstrong just put William Schmidt, the only other driver on the lead lap at the time, in for a wreck. So 17 laps to go. And we will get ready to try it again. So it'll be Stanley, McConaughey, Schmidt, and Gray. As we get ready to try it again. Stanley coming to pit row. Comes on in. Some are questioning what Joseph Armstrong did. Let's go ahead and see if that fully was on him. I believe it was also the other machine. The question is, what is Joe doing? At the track, he's not even going the right way. That was the first problem. I don't know where he was going to begin with. So there's that first wreck. Gets it refired. Oh, he didn't know where he was going. Actually, Joe is not going the wrong way. He went the wrong way originally. It's like when someone gets knocked, they don't know where to go. He was told he was going the wrong way. I don't know. Joseph Armstrong's not blacklisted. That was one of the weirdest things I've ever seen. So Joseph Armstrong gets it back refired. We're underway. McConaughey, your race leader, caution is out. We did not get it refired. It was not a great restart. Have to hold on to it. 14 laps to go. We're not ready for the restart. Yeah, guys are still on pit road. So Joseph Armstrong will not be blacklisted from that. He's not suspended. But it's because he got nailed and he didn't go the right way to begin with. Goes back around, does half the loop, trying to figure out where he's going. He is out of the race because he caught William Schmidt. But at the same time, there's a lot of confusion on the track on who has to go what way. So we'll get ready for the restart. Now Gavin Austin for sure will be disqualified for the race for cutting the track. So it'll be McConaughey, Stanley, Gray, Schmidt. lined up as we get ready for the restart. We're waiting for Ethan Stanley to get back out there. And we'll get ready to try it again. So drivers going around trying to figure out where they all are. I'm trying to figure out where they're going. No, we're not allowing the cutting thing. We said that before. You can't cut the track. That was one thing that we said early in the stream. You cannot cut the track, even to get your laps back. We are not allowing that at all. That is a big no-no. These guys worked hard to keep their laps. If Gavin Austin wanted to keep those laps, you can get your lap back. But you can't go ahead and cut through the infield at Talladega to get your lap back. You can't cut through the infield at Daytona to get your lap back. No, we need to hold on to that. We said there's no cutting the track at all. For whatever reason, Gavin Austin got caught. So we'll get ready to try this again. Stanley with McConaughey, Gray and Cole. That's going to be your top four of who's possibly left in this race. You can get your laps back by doing the figure eight. You can't get your laps back by cutting half the track. Let's get ready to go green. Nine laps to go. Coming eight. 2 by 2. This is what's left of a 33 car field. Eight to go. McConaughey, Stanley in second. Got Gray back there in third. This is going to be the last battle for the night. On the figure eight, that is, we will have a race 5. Stanley looking for a way through. Down to the inside of McConaughey, wheel to wheel. 7 to go. Stanley's going wide. At one point, Stanley was 1 lap down before that caution. 6 to go. Top 2, nose to tail. Stanley on the bottom. McConaughey on the outside, still trying to hold on to it. McConaughey deep into turn 3. Stanley goes wide. 6 to go, coming to 5. Gotta figure something out. Stan, McConaughey, wheel to wheel. Four laps to go. Stanley's led the most laps this entire race. And that's the thing, we talk about figure eight races. If you watch it in person, there's a fundamental value to it on how to win it. Ethan Stanley knows how to win figure eight races. He's watched it. He knows how it works, and that's why he's one of the last guys standing that could win this race. McConaughey to the inside. Trying to end this race off strong. Nose to tail. 2 to go. Three, 6 for the difference. To 3 and 4. They're gonna do it. They're gonna end this race off strong. Salamanca, 1 to go from Irwindale. All right, McConaughey's got one last shot. Ethan Stanley pulling away. 2 more times to the crossroads. 1 done. To 3 and 4 for the final time. To win in figure eight racing, you've got to understand how it all works. Ethan Stanley victorious from Irwindale. McConaughey second. Gray in third. Cole in fourth. And everyone else, where they finish, will be at the top of your screen. Get ready, because there's multiple laps down from some of them. Ethan Stanley going to victory lane. Gotta understand it. Said it once, we'll continue to say it multiple times over. He gets the win, he parks. Let's go and talk to your race winner. Race 5, give us the suggestions. Let us know what you think. Let's go to the Discord. And that is how this race will go ahead and end. Talking to Stanley, going to race 5. Stan, it's a John, you got a copy.
Yo, what's up?
Halloween night, we did a figure 8. Now, a lot of people weren't prepared for it. That's why we had that long meeting before. But you were. Have you watched figure 8 race? I'm guessing you did, because you seem to drive it completely different than everyone else. There was no luck on you. Like, you seem to have, like, some type of understanding of this.
I mean, I've seen a couple figure 8 races in my day, in real life, of course, and then done a couple in week 13. They're pretty fun. So I know how to get my way around the track, at least.
Wow. You very much know how to get your way around the track. I mean, it's the closest thing to a road course that's an oval, if you think about it.
Pretty much.
Well, it was a lot of fun. Walk me through the start of the race and get into the end, and we're going to start doing the race 5 voting as we get ready to roll.
Yeah, I mean, it's just about survival. I think we should have ran the jump. I think it would have made it a little bit more interesting. But yeah, just about avoiding cars. I did get clipped one time, but I just kept it clean. That's what kept me alive.
So when you get to the intersection, what's your big look for? You know what I mean? Because some of these guys barreled on in and just, you know, hope they didn't get hit. I saw you doing something completely different. It's almost like you were backing it up.
Yeah, well, I was looking out my windows left and right, just using my periphery just to look around. And if there was a car coming and I knew he wasn't going to slow down, it's either I try to speed up as much as I can or just slam on the brakes. You just really have to avoid that center.
Well, we're going to start the voting. Figure 8, love-hate relationship from drivers. Some didn't understand the rules. They didn't watch the stream to hear what was going on. Where do we go for this next race? Because we're going to try to make it a little bit more like how we know NR.
You want to do a short track?
We can do a short track. I mean, they do have Irwindale, and we do have trucks. I mean, they just all bought Irwindale. Do we do a Irwindale double and we go on the oval with the trucks?
I'd say, why not? Because a lot of people spend a lot of money.
Yeah, that's the big thing. A lot of people spent money tonight. You know, they spend it on MONZA, which means we have to do more MONZA races. They bought Irwindale for this figure 8. It was very overhyped. Not in a bad way. Let me just phrase that. It was very hyped up. There you go. It was very hyped up. I thought it was good. We didn't put a fast repair on. We told these guys ahead of time, though, to learn about figure 8 racing and understand how this works. Some guys just came in thinking it was fun, but if you already bought Irwindale, I think it would be smart to do Irwindale again, just because they deserve that value. You know what I mean? And a lot of guys came in here looking forward to figure 8 racing. They're out by lap 3. So Irwindale trucks. We'll throw another one in there. I don't want to throw a super speedway because we already basically did 2. We have super speedway night coming up.
At the request of River Page, can we do Mazda Miata? I
already put Mazda Miata there on the Daytona Road.
Okay.
Let's see. Let's put a free track in there. Let's continue going on with the good times roll. How about USA with... We have the truck set up? I think we do have a truck set up. USA trucks. Okay. Let's go grassroots racing. Halloween's all about real small town stuff too, you know? So, USA trucks, and then one more. That's the big takeaway. One more. Do we throw a road course in there this late at night? We already have one road course. We have 2 short tracks. Do I throw an intermediate in there? I don't think we need intermediate tonight. I don't think tonight's about intermediates. We have the USA 500 coming up. Even though that's a D-shaped oval. What do you think? What do you think? I'm thinking that last one. It's kind of tough.
I'm going to go for another short track. Let's go Thompson.
Thompson Arca, right?
Or Arca. Arca works too.
Do we have trucks, Thompson? I don't think we already have that set up yet. Thompson Arc or Thompson Gen 4. Screw it, just Thompson Gen 4. We have to use Arc. We have to use Arca. I think that's a great segue into just getting back to normal. That's my big thing about doing NR Night tonight. It's like, okay, you know, it's fun doing stuff like this, but we also need a segue to getting back to normal because you got to get ready because next week is Super Speedway night. And then after that, we have the USA 500. So this was a fun, gimmicky night, but at the same time, we want to get things back ready. I'm excited for the USA 500. Are you excited for next week, Ethan Stanley?
I'm excited to watch. I'll be watching from work and gonna be cheering for whoever's out there.
The Drake Berry. How about Drake Berry? Your buddy Drake, man.
Of course, Drake. Yeah, I forgot Drake made the field. Yeah.
Drake made the field.
Sorry,
well, I mean,
Drake.
he's got qualified. It's 53 guys enter, 43 race, but I think Drake's got a big shot at racing, man. It's gonna be a lot of fun. Hey, 210 into turn 1. You've done that car track combo before when it was the wrong rev limiter, if I'm not mistaken. How do you combat that? You know what I mean? Like, how do you take that from a driver? You have a lot of experience winning an NR, but you also have a lot of experience in different areas. Clearly, because I knew it tonight. The second I saw you join, I was like, I guarantee you he is the only one that knows how to run a figure 8. You know what I mean? And clearly you did. Like, you know the ins and outs and the art of racing. What is up with the 210 to turn 1, that Gen 4 at Michigan? What makes it so artistic, I guess you could say?
It's just, you know, it's a high bank, long oval. Just a lot of fun. Sending in there, super high speed, probably the highest of any track on this, like on any schedule. It's just, you got to find a fine line in driving those cars around there.
Well, it looks like we're doing Miatas. And how many laps should we do? Because I don't know what the lap times are.
Do like 10 to 15.
I was going to say 12. Man. I was going to say a quick 12 lap dash. It's not going to be quick. It's going to be a pretty long race. Well, it's just somewhat getting back to normal, right? No, it's not. No, it's not. But
it's a great combo, though.
It's a great combo. That's the big thing. Like, this isn't a screw around combo, you know what I mean? This is a combo a lot of people like. Have you ever seen a MX-5 race before?
Oh, of course.
I saw one at Homestead, and they were really good. It was a photo finish, man. Really cool. Now, the question is, do you go baseline or advanced? Because those are the only two setups.
No, baseline works on those around Daytona. It should be fine.
Baseline, okay. Well, we're doing Daytona on the road course. I am intrigued. Right? That's the best word for it. I am intrigued. Most of you got... Oh, not on the oval. Sorry, it's not on the oval. It's on the road course. I hope that didn't go ahead and screw people down. Do we do NASCAR road? No, I think we should just do regular road.
Regular road.
Regular road. I like it. Stanley, what do you think about tonight? This is not like NR Night. Personally, I was nervous about tonight. I was like, my hardcore audience is a very niche following, right? We love, you know, oval racing, road course racing, but we don't get gimmicky. That's not NR's thing, right? It's the first night we ever got really gimmicky. How do you feel about it? And is this something that is great as a one-off and we should just go back to normal, or what do you think?
I think we should, time to time, we should try something different, but it is a little bit gimmicky, but I thought the figure 8.
There's nothing wrong with gimmicks. I want to point that out too. There's good gimmicks and there's bad gimmicks. Like, for instance, a good gimmick, the choose cone. That's a gimmick, but it is a great gimmick, you know? I think Talladega in the fog was a great gimmick. The first 3 races were great gimmicks. You can make the discussion on the figure 8. Figure 8 stuff is really not my cup of tea, I guess you could say. Like, it's not the big thing, but I've been asked by so many people for so long to do it. I'm like, fine, it's Halloween, it makes sense. We'll see if it returns. It really comes up to the viewers and us maybe perfecting it. But you know what's one thing I love, Ethan Stanley? You are the main reason road course racing is great in NR Night. You know that, right? You are the reason.
I just win a lot.
Did you know that?
That's about it. I don't think I make it great. I think just the track.
No. I'm not talking about you racing. You gave me the motivation to do more road course racing because I love road course racing. I love calling road course racing. I bought Sebring a year ago, so I'm ready to do a Sebring Cup race soon. And we're actually thinking about doing that right after the USA 500, like the next coming weeks of just doing it. road course racing really started because you were the big advocate for it, because we would like ignore it like the plague. Viewers didn't really like it. Session is up, by the way, for the ones that are wondering. Viewers didn't like it, and it's almost like what we do with trucks. Show them why it's great, right? Why is this so great? Why is this so well loved? And you're the big one that showed me that, and it started with Chicago Street. Once Chicago Street happened the first time, we went in this road course renaissance. And now I'll tell you this right now before anyone else, in front of this crowd, this race 5 Tuesday night, now Wednesday morning if you're on the East Coast crowd. We are looking at the first eTicket event on a road course being either the Chicago Street race next year for 2024 or the United States Grand Prix with the Cup Series at COTA. How do you feel about that?
Either one's a fun combo. I'd love to do one of them.
We'd love the street course idea because it's cool. We love it. The viewers love it. The drivers love it. COTA, in my opinion, is wheel to wheel with Watkins Glen as the greatest road course in NR Night. And I'm going to be honest with you. This would not have been possible if it wasn't for Ethan Stanley pushing the narrative of road course racing at NR Night. So thank you so much for that. He didn't say anything back. It's okay.
Well, thank you, John.
Sorry,
I was joining the session.
It's okay. Well, we're heading on out. Gonna be a lot of fun. We're looking at it. It's right now in the plans, but those are the two that I really want to do next year. I don't know how many e-tickets we're gonna do. Jarrett said interesting. This is a great thing to be interested about. Including with the great conversation I had with a couple very important people today in some meetings. That's all I'm gonna say. It's looking like it's gonna be an absolute blast next year for e-tickets. We plan on adding a lot more variety, and it's just going to be a lot of fun next year to be a viewer of NR Night and a racer in NR Night. Congratulations, Ethan Stanley, on the win. Let's ride one last race of Halloween.
Yeah, thank you, John.
Let's do it. Well, if you're on the East Coast, it is now November 1st. For some, that means rent is due if you're in an apartment. For others, that means you're just one day closer to the USA 500. And guess what? We are so excited for it. The USA 500, I'm going to call it right now. It's the most fun we've had with testing. The drivers have had a blast. I've had a blast. The viewers have had a blast. It has just been fun. Like, just all around good fun. Getting this event ready. We've had guys figure out new ways of racing the track. We've had guys go to the middle, go to the bottom, go to the outside. And it's so much fun to watch because it's so unique. It's so interesting. You don't really see this stuff in, other e-tickets. Usually in e-tickets, there's already a blueprint of how to race it. There's going to be multiple lines already in other e-tickets. You know those lines. You know how it's going to work. But for whatever reason, we went to the last practice. This was practice session number 2 for the USA 500. And I'll tell you this. Everyone that hit the track within the first 5 minutes said, whoa, it got faster. And here's why. We've been testing in sim for the actual time of day and day that it is. So for instance, we tested the time of day for October 17th and the 21st and the 30th. All of a sudden I said, well, you're not racing October 30th weather in sim, because you'll be surprised if you're racing October in sim versus November in sim, and it all acts differently. Once we figured that out in NR Night, we started doing that consistently. For instance, the track's faster now in the fall. And it's beautiful. It's amazing. It's awesome. But one thing we realized, we're going to be racing in November. Let's get the November stuff ready. And they went into turn 1, and we saw guys clocking 208. So, Demos clocked 208 and set down a 36.5 without draft. That is no draft. Nada. Nothing. Want to point out how crazy that is. That is absolutely fantastic. And you can hear it right now, the Miatas on the racing surface at Daytona. Getting ready to go green. Let's get ready to set it up. McConaughey. Lined in, River Page. Connor Zola. William Schmidt, all working to the high banks. And they're going to give me 1 second here, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to go ahead and adjust the audio so we do know we can go ahead and have that great race in action, that great audio that you all love to see, or love to hear, should we say. Hear that? That's beautiful. That's a Miata. Let's get ready to go green. And we will be ready to rock and roll. So overlays are on. We're getting some guys in here to test them out. Test the car. We'll be ready to go green. So glad to have so many of you hanging out with us as we get ready to rock and roll here tonight. It's perfect that there's a perfect amount of cars around the racetrack that all I got to do is just edit the audio inputs and we're going to be good to go. Let's get ready to go green, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go trackside because we are going qualifying for the Miatas at Daytona. Overlays coming on. And qualifying will come to a start here in just a moment. You know what, matter of fact, we might just go ahead and advance into the actual race as we get ready to go green. Let's go green. Those magical words one final time tonight as we get ready to go green. This is at our night in America as we get ready to roll on out. God speed drivers, you are go for throttle up. The MONZA Miatas from Daytona. Get them rolling back 2x2, so it's all about 10 lap dash. Don't expect a lot of cautions. That's something you gotta look out for. Top right of your screen, you'll see them lined in. Let's do it. Pace car makes a hard left on the pit road this time by as we get ready to go green. 2x2 to the tri-oval. Let's light the fuse from Daytona Road. New car track combo. Sold out virtual crowd. They're racing to turn one. Joseph Armstrong into second. Ethan Stanley slipping and sliding through the S's. The east portion of the racetrack, the East Horseshoe. Rex way in the rear, never mind, we focus on what's up front. Shamela DeAngelis. Back there with McConaughey. Oh, this is so cool. Lines up, heading to the kink. Armstrong with an opportunity. Little damage there on the nose. 2 spinning in the rear. One of the OSR LRL drivers. Most in second. Armstrong in third. Running on the nose of Ada Walker. Now into NASCAR 1 and 2. This is where it gets loud right here. See Ethan Stanley. Drafting is so important that it turns into just a super speedway race. Armstrong Company, Aiden Walker, tandem drafting their way to 1 and 2. Gotta keep it together. Down the back stretch bus stop. Stanley has lost that lead to Mosteller. Gap back to a 2-7. Joe overdrives it. He goes wide. What a save on the 22. He lost so many spots. He's back to 6th. Demos into 2nd. Shamela into 3rd. Aiden Walker back in that 4th position. Back in line. 10. 9 laps to go. Battle for the lead. Shamela on the bottom. Walker on the outside. 3 wide to turn 1. And Walker, man, I mean, just threw it on in. He's lose all those spots. And Marty Shamela is able to take it back. 9 to go. Most of this herd shuffled on out. Walker in 4th. McConaughey in 5th. Drake Berry in 6th. Demos lined in 3rd. Ethan Stanley wants to lead back. He's just so much better through the road course section of this track. But when it comes to the super speedway part, it's not the best in the draft. Ethan Stanley back to being the new race leader. 9 to go. Shamela, Demos, Walker. Headed to NASCAR 1 and 2. What's going on in the rear? Drake Berry in the 6th place position. He has the speed to overtake, but you gotta watch this battle for the lead. Tandem drafting, nose to tail, now just staying in line. Shamela downstairs, wheel to wheel to the backstretch bus stop. Easy in, easy through center, easy on out. Marty Shamela, top of the board with 9 to go. You got Walker back nose to tail. To the back end of Demos. Make it top 7 under 2 seconds. Lined up nose to tail. Stanley overtaking to the outside. On the apron, Mosteller. 3 wide to the line. Demos leads that one. 8 to go. Most goes wide. Walker to the lead. To the S's. To the east end of the racetrack. Shamela's doing a great job just keeping that car centered. Not doing too much with it. Shamela P3, McConaughey P4. River Page has never won at Daytona Road, has got 1 win on a road course. That was Watkins Glen. Stanley's so good to the west side of the track. Just gets around the outside of guys and just muscles his way through. But will be forced to go nose to tail. There's a battle for 3rd. The launch, Page to the inside. Stanley around the outside. Stanley wheel to wheel for the lead. Walker on the bottom. Pressure from behind, but pressure also on the outside lane. That's the 91. 2 by 2. 8 coming to 7 to go this time. Page top side lined in now with that 91 machine. Really hard on in. One sliding. Shamela into Drake Perry. Now he goes around into the 87 of Demos. Mose parks it on the outside, loses all that time, and that might be the end of his race. Does he get it refired? He does, and Daniel Mosteller goes way outside. The driver's hunting for the lead. Here's Stanley and Walker again, wheel to wheel. Walker on the bottom, Page 3 wide. Down into turn 1. Stan just gets around that outside of him. Maybe to hold it wheel to wheel. Right side's in the grass. So the shuffling continues. 4 drivers under a blanket. Barry, Armstrong, Bomar, and Schmidt up inside that top 8. Chris Downey in 8th. James Bomar. Stanley looking for the lead. So drive that inside. It's all about that breaking point. And River Page has them on their feet again. Stanley to the inside, wheel to wheel. 7 laps to go in Edonite. McConaughey 4th, Stanley way wide. Got 4 drivers under a blanket. Aiden McConaughey lines up with the 91. Looking to the outside, 3 drivers under a blanket. River Page trying all the twists and turns to work out here down the backstretch to the bus stop. Page looking to go back-to-back in road course wins. Scott Walker right with them. I don't think he's going to go to the outside. He's going to stay in tow. Stanley jumps wide. Now it's wheel to wheel for second. 7 laps to go. Looking top, Ethan Stanley. Stan the man back to the lead. 6 laps to go from Daytona. So got 4 guys under a blanket. Look back to Drake Berry, Joseph Armstrong. Joe's fighting back. He's got Schmidt right with them and Chris Downey. Oh, losing that rear end and going into the grass. Half a second for River Page. Aiden Walker is going to be sneaking around. Walker in 3rd, McConaughey in 4th. Fast 4 lined up, nose to tail. Drake Berry back to 5th, all on his own. Joseph Armstrong lined in with Downey, lined in with Schmidt, lined in with Shamela. Berchatsky back in 10th. He's 14 seconds back though. He's lost a lot of time and a lot of speed. Couple lap machines in the area. Walker. 6 to go, 1 second the difference. He can make up that speed on the oval portion of this track. Grabbing a gear. 8 back, 7 back. Closing into 6 back. Lap machine, the lifeline in between him and Ethan Stanley. If Stan can barrel it in right here and make up time, I believe that 06 machine is going to help him out more than you think. Easy in, easy out. I believe that's Frank DeAngelis in the 06. Not the night he's wanted, besides that great win at great finish at Talladega. Came up the bridesmaid. He's going to have a big helping hand right here. 6 coming to 5 to go. Walker on the outside, in tow with the Sopranos 06. Aiden Walker, top of the board from Daytona. Took it back. Left side's in the grass. Stanley wanting to go back to back. Stanley and Walker lined up. 5 laps to go. McConaughey back in that 3rd spot. Trying to make something work. Stanley, Walker, nose to tail, 3-5 back. McConaughey, Page, back to 4th. Barry, Armstrong, Schmidt down, top 8. Top 3 lined in. McConaughey in 4th. Trying to make up time. Walker back to Stanley. Looking to the inside, wheel to wheel. Aiden Walker back top of the board. DeAngelis, the only car 1 lap down to the top 20. 5 coming to 4 to go. What does Stanley do here? Lines in. He knows he can wait. He knows he's better through the road course. But on the ovals, that's where he lacks. And McConaughey and company have it all lined in. Walker, Stanley. Walker going wide, right sides. Very wide, back nose to tail. 5 drivers under a blanket. River Page. Walker to the bottom. Lined in there with Stanley. Gotta make something work. Now the thing is, Stanley's gonna take the lead here. What he's gonna try to do is pull away and not look back. The thing is though, if Walker can just sit with them, he's so much better on the oval. He can go ahead and just draft up and take the lead right back. Keep an eye out for it. I think the last move into 3 and 4 is gonna be make or break to see who goes to victory lane. 4 to go. Walker, Stanley sideways in front of your leader. Here comes River Page. McConaughey, Barry, lined up. Drake Barry has an opportunity to go to victory lane. 2 by 2. Stanley and Walker on the outside. Lined in, back to the bus stop. Pushing the envelope. Trying to get as much as he can out of it. Barry in 5th. Lined up, nose to tail. Walker can make a move here if he just times it right. Looking to the outside, still no full opportunity. Top 3 lined in, nose to tail. 4, 3 laps to go from Daytona. Stanley, Walker, and Page. McConaughey and Barry. Top 5 under 2 seconds are all lined in, nose to tail, working their way through the S's. Ethan Stanley's so smart, he's able to keep his ways. Rolling. Keep that machine in the right direction. Walker 3 back. Page. Back in third, 8 back. Barry, McConaughey, Armstrong. Armstrong in 6. Now he has actually been able to close in a little bit, not as much. Needs helping hands from the drafting partners behind him. Stanley and Walker, Page and Barry, McConaughey and Armstrong. McConaughey in 4th. Page in 3rd. 3 coming to 2 laps to go this time by. Stanley just can't pull away from it. Half a second is absolutely nothing in the Miatas. It's compared to like 2 back, 3 back in a Cup car. Look at all that time gained back. 2-7 back. River Page. Half a second back. Top 3 nose to tail. McConaughey and Barry just have to figure out the road course section to really have the speed to nab a victory. McConaughey, Barry, Armstrong. There's Joe. 6 back out of the draft. Here comes Walker. Right to the rear. Looks top. Nothing to have with it. Now he goes wheel to wheel. Walker, Stanley, side by side. 2 to go from Daytona. About 3 wide with River Page around the outside. Walker yields, Page lines in. Can River Page make it work? Conaghy and Barry lines in with the lap machine. River Page trying everything and anything to make up the time. Staying out front, staying out of harm's way. That's going to make the big difference. Half a second back. 2 to go. Walker. Thought about shortcutting it. Back to the inside, couldn't get it to work. 200 watching, 2 laps to go. McConaughey, P4 lined in. Drake Berry, they need some type of mistake out of the top 3 or hopefully an extra gear to make it worth their while. Walker in 3rd. What's gonna work? They can't make a mistake here now. River Page, fastest through the bus stop. Page back to a 2.5. It's gonna be it. A last-ditch effort to go to victory lane. Page and Stanley, Walker and McConaughey. McConaughey's back 5 seconds. He'll have that last battle for the Fast 4. This is it, the final race of the night. Final lap as well. Salamanca, 1 to go from Daytona. Stanley, Page, Walker, nose to tail, last gas down into 1 and 2. Page thought about barreling it in. Walker in a 6-3. Stanley and Page. Walker, there's McConaughey. Trying to somehow make this thing work. Like River Page right here in that 2nd spot. This is the best opportunity to go to victory lane. He'll have Baden Walker pushing him from behind. Hand over fist. to the west end of the inside racetrack, to the infield, should we say. Headed back to NASCAR 1 and 2. This is going to be the finish, and Ethan Stanley actually starts pulling away. Walker's got to push here. Got to push as much as he can. 6 back, Stanley going wide, knowing if he goes up the track and they stay out of the trap, he may have a better opportunity. Never mind, they're still closing on in. 3 back. Trying to get the 2 back. This is going to be the finish. The brace into the bus stop. Page back to a 19, a 17, a 12. Got to find the opening. To the outside in the bullet train. Walker's in tow. Second makes that move out of line. That 93's got to go with them. Here they come. Off NASCAR 3 and 4, the drag race to the checkered flag. Stanley, Walker, Page, 3 wide. Aiden Walker walks it off from Daytona Road. Wow. One of those 3 deserve the win. And that's how it ends out tonight for this Halloween night. Aiden Walker going to victory lane. That's how it's done. That's how it went. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for sticking around with us. What a fun night. And Aiden Walker will be racing at the National Fairgrounds Speedway this Friday with me up in the booth. Is this foreshadowing? Does he get his first win at that track? Who knows? Aiden Walker going to victory lane. What a fun night it was for Halloween. We're doing something that we've never done before, but oh boy, was it a blast. Well, how about an update? Next Tuesday, 8 Eastern, 7 Central, NR Night in America is back with 2 races for Super Speedway Night. We'll have duels as well for Race 1 and Race 2. We'll have Daytona Next Gen. If I'm not mistaken, it's Race 1. I believe it's Trucks Talladega for race number 2. Both will have duels. Both will be the roar before the USA 500. We will crown ourselves a Super Speedway champion for the 2nd season. And we will get you all ready for the USA 500. 8 Eastern returns this Tuesday as Aiden Walker burns it down. Only 2 races, but that is mainly because we have the USA 500 coming up. So glad to have you all with us as we get ready to end this night. My name's Jonathan Ramos, ladies and gentlemen, and this has been NR Night in America. A quick thank you once again to the fan funding of the viewers that super chatted. Max Swearigan, VIP member. Max dropping the 2. Craig S dropping the 5. Eric W with the 99 cents. James Mass with the big 100. David Bell with the 2. David Bell with the 5. And Jason Beckman with the hot pass. Ladies and gentlemen, every night of NR Night is something to look forward to. And next week we'll be back at 8 Eastern, 7 Central for Super Speedway Night before the USA 500. Duels will be in session as well as 62 drivers will battle wheel to wheel for those 40 spots. Ladies and gentlemen, have a great night. My name is Jonathan Ramos, the voice of NR.